Oh, this is so weird. I haven't gone live in so long. Hey to whoever might be watching. I don't know if anybody's watching right now, but just thought I would come on. Um, yeah. I don't know if anybody's watching this stream, so if someone can comment if it's working. I don't know if it's working. I haven't done this in a long time. Anyone, anything. Okay, yay, good. Hello. I'm eating, what's this called? Coffee cookie crumble. Also, this is kind of a weird setup. I have a different computer now, and the camera is like way up here, so I have to like remember to look at that, but I also want to look at the questions as well. So I just wanted to come on. I'm gonna start making more videos. I'm just like, I think I don't know. I kind of want to have a conversation about this. I wish that there was someone else that I could actually talk to, because I find it so awkward on a live stream talking to the screen. So if you guys have any questions, or if you have anything to comment during this stream, just let me know. As you probably, if you've been watching my channel since the beginning or for quite a while, or you just started watching not too long ago and then you're just like, let me look into this person's channel, and then looked into the fact that I have been very inconsistent with uploading videos. Sorry, that was my phone. I feel like, I don't know. I hate when other YouTubers make videos about why they haven't been making videos. I can say that I'm busy, which I think everybody's busy. Everybody has their own thing going on in life. But for me, it's been a combination of busyness. There's been some things that I like didn't expect were going to happen in the last few months, and 2019/2020 have been kind of crazy years. I know that 2020 has been hard for everyone. I mentioned that in the last video I made, which, by the way, thank you for everyone that commented on that video. I haven't responded to everybody's comment yet, but I really appreciate it. As far as dating goes and relationships, I'm not on any dating apps right now, and I don't really, like, I'm not actively dating in real life. I was serious about the application, but obviously within reason. Um, Reasonably, reasonably. So I don't expect to actually find someone through that process, but you never know as far as that goes. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I made a video about like romantic relationships in 2020 and how it's not been the best for me, and a lot of people, I suspect. It's been hard, but yeah, basically I made that video in a pretty raw state, but that wasn't, when I make videos, I want to kind of document like where where not only where I'm at, but like also realizing in the moment that other people will be able to relate to this because as you guys also know, like I try not to I don't want anybody to ever watch my videos and think that I'm like perfect by any means. And I think anybody that's subscribed to me knows that I'm very imperfect and I'm not trying to like be someone else. Obviously, when I do like a persona or like perform in a skit, that's obviously not me. Well, it's me, but it's like me coming up with something on the spot. Henry, my dog, come here, come here, littlest boys. Oh. This is Henry. This is the little boy. And this is Henry. He's a Chihuahua Poodle or a Chi-Poo. Okay. Anyways, roundabout way of me saying I'm fine as far as like relationships go. Yeah, I get sad about being alone and I get sad about like not finding that person, but I made it clear in that I'm the person to blame in that. I obviously was the one that has broken up with people, so there you go. But most of my relationships have been great. Like in general, I like apart from the guy that I dated that we all know, well, maybe not all of us know, but a good amount of us know on YouTube and this community, that was probably one of the worst breakups I've had, just because this person does not speak to me anymore. And it's kind of like I understand it because I wasn't perfect in everything either. And I was kind of a little bit spiteful at times. But other than him, I really haven't had any bad breakups. There's been ones that are like, well, not really bad. I don't really talk to all of my exes or something like that, but like I dated a guy not too long ago. We broke up in March. We were in a relationship for a while, and he was a really amazing person, really great guy. And that ended in a really like civil way to the point that like we don't talk on a regular basis. I don't even really talk to him. We follow each other on social media and stuff, but that's about it. He's just a sweet person. And yeah, I really can't think of anybody else. Anyways, that was not me trying to talk about relationships. Basically, what I'm saying is I'm okay being single. I made the video in order to just kind of show where I'm at right now. And there's times where I don't feel okay being single. There are times that I feel sad about being alone, so to speak. But at the same time, I love being alone. I can talk to myself. Like I talk to myself all the time. I don't know. Anyways, so that was kind of it. And I just wanted people to, like anybody that's going through a similar thing that feels alone during this time, to feel okay. Going back to what I was saying about like 2019, 2020, and then I'm going to look at the comments because I really want to respond to that. And also, I miss making videos, and I know I've said this before, but it's become harder and harder for me to do this, and I don't know why. Well, actually, I do kind of know why, and that's what I'll get to. But 2019 was difficult in the sense that the latter half, well, basically the last month of 2018, I was just cranking out interviews with people to kind of numb my emotions from the breakup that I had in November. And then going into 2019, I continued on with the interviews, and then I did like a fast stop or hard stop in February. I took a break, then I returned in March, and I don't remember every single thing that happened, but I know up until I started making interviews, I know I was doing those car vlogs, car videos, and people really seemed to enjoy those. I don't know if everybody did. I didn't edit those videos. Those were kind of just videos that I would come up with. But I've seen a lot of people a lot of people have told me, or maybe not a lot, but like a good amount of people have told me that they miss those videos. And I think that a lot of that comes into like comparison. Back then, I didn't really have that many subscribers. Not that I have a lot of subscribers now, but I didn't even have like, I think I had maybe 1,000. I think it was less than 1,000 subscribers at the time. Yeah, it was less than 1,000, and I wasn't really, I don't know. I think when you have all these people watching you and stuff, it can become kind of hard because I don't know, like I wouldn't say that I'm a role model, and I wouldn't say that like you should try to model your life after mine or anything like that. But I know there are people, I don't know as much on YouTube because I think most of us are in our 20s or maybe even 30s or older. But on TikTok, it's kind of interesting because a lot of my audience is like 13, 14, 15, and that's crazy to me. I did this video the other day, and I'm just like, I don't even know how to cater to this kind of audience. I really like TikTok, but that kind of bums me out a little bit because I'm not used to having like little kids watch my videos. And anyways, going back to like the car videos, a lot of people would tell me, well, at least a number of people, I think the biggest comment I get all the time on videos is that you talk too slow, you make too many pauses, you do this and that. And that really got to me because I know it sounds stupid, and obviously I'm doing the weird, awkward pauses and stuff because this is a live video and it's not a video that is edited at all. I'm saying, but it kind of stopped me from even making those videos because I just felt like, okay, maybe these aren't even something that someone wants to watch. I didn't want to just put out videos, but at the same time, I liked putting out those kind of videos. Anyways, this is kind of a ramble. I'm just gonna go into the comments. Is there a specific subject she is supposed to talk about? No, but if you have a question, I can answer it. I know you're an INFJ, but you're a secondary personality INTJ because it feels like you figure out everything. What do you mean by that? Because, so I don't know if you guys have noticed. I don't think that people like scour through my comment section, but a comment that I get quite a bit on like typing, especially lately. I used to get INFP like when I first started videos, which I feel like is just like a throwaway thing that people will put out. Like if you claim to be an INFJ, people are gonna say, and this is in Myers-Briggs, people will say, you're an INFP. And I mean, people can think that I'm not. I made obviously a parody video that I was on April Fool's in 2019, but yeah, whatever. The thing I've also gotten is ISFP, which I can kind of see in a way. I'm not as cool as ISFPs. The one thing that I get the most lately is INTJ. I've gone even ILI for socionics, which is like INTP, or what I consider INTJ and Myers-Briggs, and also INTJ and Myers-Briggs. People have said that so many times. I would say that if I was anything else apart from an INFJ, I would say that I probably am closest to an INTJ, but cognitively, I don't believe it's there. Cognitively, I don't relate with extroverted thinking. I don't really even relate with introverted feeling. Well, in a way. I mean, introverted feeling it's an interesting one, but I don't know. Long story short, I don't think I'm an INTJ, but that is like the closest thing that I would be. And if anybody is new or doesn't know this, I could give a shit about being an INFJ in Myers-Briggs. I actually don't really find, I mean, I like a lot of INFJs in real life, don't get me wrong, but INFJ is by no means my favorite personality, nor do I like seek those people out. Obviously there's a lot of INFJs in typology, like online, or at least people that make videos, but this is, I don't know. Anyways, I could basically, again, I don't care about being an INFJ, but cognitively, that's personally where I believe I belong, at least in socionics, which I will make a video about socionics. You know what? I might even make a car vlog video tomorrow about socionics and go over the type relations, because I was actually talking to someone a few days ago about this, and I think that it could be interesting to go over the type relations. But I believe that I am an IEI in socionics, which is an INFP in socionics. Anyways, sorry. That was a very long answer to that. Insidious Apple, do you think dating apps are dumb? I personally don't think that dating apps are dumb. I actually know a lot of people that have met like their significant other, and I've been in a relationship with someone from a dating app before, and we were in a relationship for like 6 months or so, which isn't a ton of time, but still, it's not a long time. Also, I feel like I look really weird right now. My skin is like, well, I do have this light right here, just like really bright. Anyways, I don't think they're stupid, but I definitely think there are a lot of annoying things that happen on dating apps. Hello, hello. God, it's been age since I've seen a notification from your channel pop up. Wow, that's good to see. Lyric sense, are you a Capricorn? No, I'm not. What personality type, what astrological sign do you think I am? Because it is definitely not a Capricorn. Beautiful hair, thank you. Nick. I think people like the slow talking. Maybe some people. I think people that like my content probably do. But just like the random passerby probably doesn't. I don't know. I make very weird pauses. Anytime I watch a video of mine, like before I edit out the pauses and edit out the ums and other things like that, I make such weird pauses when I'm talking. It's like, like it sounds like, I don't know. It's really weird. Hey, James. Any cool dreams lately from no certain plan? It's hard to say because I have something about me that some of you may or may not know. whenever I dream, I mean, whenever I sleep, so like it could be even for a nap, um, and whenever I have like very vivid lucid dreams. So I would say a lot of my dreams are very much, I don't know, cool. Uh, the way I would describe how I dream is when I go to sleep, when I close my eyes, it feels like if you have you ever watched the show Stranger Things where it's like the upside down, except for so like the upside down is like this alternate reality, so it's like happening it's like the same people or things, but it's just like in an alternate reality. And that's kind of how I dream. It's not like spooky or like creepy. It looks the same. It looks the same as like reality or life. And it's pretty trippy for me because when I go to sleep, typically I can have like a continuous story or like a story that like makes sense. So it's like again like living in the real world. So sometimes when I'm awake, it feels less real than some of the dreams that I have. Like my dreams feel more intense than reality a lot of times. And as someone who has struggled with depression and things like that, and I will be honest, as of lately, I would say, well, even over this past, uh, I don't know, few months, I have felt pretty poor as far as mental health goes. And it's not always that way, but I will say, and I don't want anybody to feel concerned, but not living has definitely crossed my mind many times. And that like sounds really morbid or something. It's just like sometimes I just think about, well, not sometimes, I think about this pretty often that it would just be better. Oh, I don't want to cry. Okay, I'm not gonna cry. I'm feeling better. I'm not necessarily like this all the time, but I do have those times where I just feel like, what's the point? Pretty often. Well, not like extremely often, but kind of often that it's kind of concerning. Um, but yeah. So, anyways, when I was 22, that's when it was like the worst. And so, me having these really extremely vivid dreams is actually kind of like, it's kind of scary because it really does feel a little bit more real than like real life a lot of times. So, yeah, I didn't want that to be like a thing where I started crying or like talking about those things, but that is the reality. Um, Broccoli Todd. I actually thought you were an INTP. I'm not. Um, that one, I feel like I've gotten that a couple of times. Definitely not an INTP. My dad is an INTP. I know a lot of INTPs. I like INTPs generally. Sometimes they can get annoying for me, but I really like them. And I think they're really interesting. Um, Liza, yes, INTJ can be a mix up, but no, you said you hold back tears like I do. Love you too. Well, I love you as well. And I know I know that I'm really bad at communicating a lot of times. I think I think that because of how I've felt lately has kind of, and this is off over the last few months, I think that's kind of made it harder to like put myself out there because it's very like I don't want to like make videos just because I want other people to feel sorry for me or whatever. I make videos so other people are able to relate, and I know and I don't want people to feel like they're the only one going through that. And again, I'm not this perfect robot person that like or influencer or anything like that. I'm not someone that has anywhere close to a perfect life or has the best, I don't know, state of mind all the time. So I don't know. There's like a weird push and pull or tug and whatever where I kind of sometimes feel like what's the point of making videos? And it's not that I'm like, oh, I want to have a ton of views on my videos or something, but it's like, it's more of a thing like, I don't know if anybody really cares about these videos. But I do like making videos. And so maybe I should just start making videos just because I like making videos. And maybe that will make me less concerned about if anybody cares or anybody actually wants to watch my videos. And maybe that will make things better as far as certain things go. I don't know. I'm sorry that I like have like a very jumbled mind right now. You know, Willow, I understand the mental health struggle. You're not alone. Thank you. Richard Daly, Cancerian, or Pisces rising. No and no. I don't have. I'm not a can. Well, I won't say that, but you can guess. No certain plan. The point is to enjoy the moment. Yes, that is. It's true. That is very true. I actually wanted to make a video about toxic positivity because that kind of is something that goes into that. I think there's a lot to be said about like motivation and positivity movements, but at the same time, I don't know. It's hard for me to be in the moment sometimes. And I think it's good to strive for that. But I think when you think it's hard, especially to be in the moment when you feel like your life is pointless. So, and I definitely think, I don't know. I made the video about the internal monologue thing. Um, I I've talked about this with other people, but I feel like having an internal monologue, having this constant voice in your head, like I have a voice when I'm talking right now, I still have like my voice in my head, like my voice, a voice talking as well as when I'm talking right now. So like I'm talking to you, but I'm also talking to myself as well and it's saying something else. So maybe that's why I have like the weird pauses and stuff. But like I feel like somehow finding a way to silence that voice, maybe through meditation or whatever else. But when you have a constant voice in your head saying that everything's pointless and things don't matter and just like over analyzing moments and over analyzing things while you're still able to have like a normal conversation with someone or like appear normal, but you're still talking to yourself in your head. I don't know if other people can relate to this, but that's really difficult to deal with. And I'm not saying that I'm the only person that does this, but that's hard being in the moment and also still talking to yourself. Okay. Existential anxiety sounds rough. Jeffrey Sherman. I don't know if I would classify it as that, but yeah. Basmala. You're one of the strongest people I've ever met. I appreciate that. I don't know if that's true, um, but thank you. James, what is life but one makes of it? I guess that's true, but let's see. Liza, playing out our fears is safe in dreams. Yes. Nick, I think the overwhelming evidence suggests that people do indeed care about the videos you make. I appreciate it. And I guess that's something to be said. Probably anybody that's watching right now, all 31 of you, well, maybe not all of you. There might be someone in the mix that doesn't like me or my videos, but just wanted to watch this, or maybe a random person, I don't know. I would suggest that probably a lot of you that are commenting do care. And I guess that's what I need to realize is like, even if there's at least one person that cares about my videos or the information I have or anything, then it's worth sharing. It's just hard because, like, for me, I mean, I personally think that people are valuable. Like, everybody's valuable, everybody has something to bring to the table, things like that. But at the same time, and I understand that this is irrational, not like the way to be and all this stuff, but it's very easy for me to just not really see myself that way. And it's hard for me to have like this personified image of myself. Like, I feel like, I don't know, like when I say nobody cares or whatever, it's hard sometimes putting myself out there because I don't I don't know. It's like I want to connect with people. I want to share things with people and be like there for people and different things like that. But at the same time, I find it difficult. You can say as an introvert, you can say as different things. I think it's hard for anyone, but I don't really have this like, I don't know. It's like I realize in order to impact more people have to be around, but at the same time, I'm okay with having just like a few people watch or whatever. I guess my point is it's difficult putting yourself on display, especially like for me, because I don't look at myself as like anyone special or anything that like deserves to have recognition for anything like that. And I know that sounds silly at some time. I mean, in some way, because again, I think that everybody's voice should be heard. But at the same time, I'm like, well, why me and all this stuff? And I know I talked about that in the video I made about what's it called? Can't think of. um, what is that video called? Imposter syndrome. The imposter syndrome, like feeling like you don't deserve what you have, and that's something I have to get over. And that's where I go back to the videos where I was just in my car and I just uploaded them. I didn't care, just uploaded them. And I think maybe that's something I do need to start doing again because when I sit down and I edit a video, I'm very judgmental towards myself and I just hear the people that clearly don't even care, like I shouldn't be listening to them. But those commenters that will say you talk too slow or you're not this or whatever, that's not someone that I need to listen to. And I would say if you're on YouTube or if you have people that are just like critiquing you for no reason, well, they may have a reason, but like they're just kind of critiquing you and rather than giving you constructive criticism, you shouldn't listen to those people, but it's so easy to do because I listen to those people at times. Like, um, another thing that's like difficult for me is like I don't know if I have body dysmorphia. Like I've never had like a eating disorder or something like that, but I definitely see myself as bigger than I actually am. I am tall for a female, but like actually like physically bigger, and maybe that is body dysmorphia. I don't know. I also look at myself and like, and I know that these are all normal things, or at least a lot of people can probably relate to this. But like, I look at myself and I think, sometimes I think, oh, you look good, but that's like that is not as often as like when I was younger. I didn't really like look at myself and think, oh, you're ugly or something like that. Um, but I would say more recently, over the last couple of years, and I think it was also just from making videos, like I look at myself and I just think that I look like hideous. And this isn't me trying to fish for compliments. Please don't say like stuff. I'm just saying exactly how I feel. Like I look at myself and I think that I'm unattractive and bigger than I am. I mean, I have gained weight over quarantine. I like gained like 10 pounds. But even at that, like my heaviest weight for my height, I understand is still like considered small. And well, I don't really weigh myself. But anyways, so obviously there's a disconnect happening. But the point of that is just to say, I feel like it's easy to think about critics, and I don't really get many critics about my appearance in a negative way, typically. I'm sure there's probably a lot of, or a good amount of people that don't find me attractive and may find whatever about me. So it's not like people are necessarily saying that. I think that's mostly me that's like thinking that. And it's not about like other people's opinion. I just look at myself a lot of times and I'm like, ugh, you're not that cute. Um, and it's difficult to like lately I've been challenging myself to post more on Instagram, and I kind of have like failed at that because I just feel like I don't know, I hate seeing myself, and maybe I should just post other things because I want to get into a rhythm of like posting things, but I really don't really like the way I look. Um, and as far as speaking goes, the whole weird awkward pauses thing, again, I appreciate the people that have said that you like that or whatever, but because I have like, what is it, like a few thousand subscribers, and again, that is a small audience on YouTube, I still feel like an obligation to maybe look a certain way or sound a certain way. And I feel like if I don't edit my videos, if I just make random videos and then upload them, that is somewhat like, I don't know, that's gonna be some type of like cardinal sin that I'm making, like one of the like breaking one of the 10 commandments of YouTube, and like I don't know if that makes sense. I'm gonna go back to the comments. Sorry that I like made on a little rant. Oh wow, Chaz is here. Hello, Chazzies. Damien, we care. Sadly, most people are not as candid as you are being. Well, thanks. Again, I'm not trying to be candid to whatever. Like, I guess I shouldn't care about what people think about me being candid about or whatever. Um, I just thought of something about another aspect of YouTube that I will talk about later, but I want to get to everybody's comment first. Liza, I wouldn't expect you or to be a robot. James, positivity isn't helpful if forced, yes. Okay, again, I'm sorry if I don't get to everybody's comment. I really want to try to get, there's a lot more than what it was earlier. Wow, there's like 50 people watching. I don't even know where I am. Okay. It's important to take a measured perspective and weigh the potential upsides you might not have considered more than mindlessly thinking positive. James, that is extremely true. And part of that is like, I don't know if you guys watch Lavender. She is like a YouTuber that I love. This is a really horrible drawing, but this is something I made last night. She has a thing called Current Me, Future Me, and maybe I'll even make a video about this. But I did this last night, where you like put your current self and then what you want to be. And I think just being more grateful in general, writing things down will definitely be helpful. I need to make myself, I want to find my new normal, or like find myself again, because I feel like I lost myself. Okay, I don't want to go on a huge story, but basically this last year and a half or whatever has been difficult. Like, yeah, I went through a public breakup again, whatever. Like, he's a great person, no ill will, things like that. But it definitely was hard because there were people like 40-year-old women and other people that came on my channel and started harassing me and stuff. And again, I'm not perfect in that, so whatever. But that still played a role. That still hurt to have like, I'm just not this like huge public figure, but like having all these people hate on me and stuff, it hurts. And I feel like I don't really have like that fragile of a, well, first of all, I feel like everybody has an ego, whatever. I don't really have that much pride in general, or like ego in general, like, but it does hurt. Like, I don't know, because I feel like I have a smaller audience. I don't try to regard people as like numbers. Again, I don't even have that many numbers, so to speak. I like to have the community. That's why I'm doing this live stream, is I like having the people. But knowing that there's people interacting with people also puts it like, not necessarily a face, because not everybody has an icon, but having people kind of attack you about something you did or didn't do, it hurts. And then I was living with my mom at the time, and I was just I had just moved back to Seattle in June of 2018, which I miss Seattle, but it's very expensive to live there, and I think I would have done things differently. Anyways, moved back, got into a relationship, the relationship broke up. Then 2019 came around. It was pretty good, but then there was like the emotional side, the people coming in, all these people talking, and like, I don't know, getting people opinions and different things, that can be very challenging to balance a lot of times on YouTube. And then I moved with my friend to Atlanta at the time, and that friend was a very good friend of mine. But I found out, with living with this person for a few months, well, not even a month, like a few weeks into living with this person, I realized that really bad idea to move in with this person. And my intuition was telling me so many times, like there were so many times to say, no, don't live with this person, don't live with this person. And I felt a very I felt very emotionally fragile during that time, and it was to the point that Henry wants to join the conversation. That was difficult. Anyways, that friendship actually ended, and part of it was that I wanted us to not be roommates anymore because I really didn't like the kind of interaction we were having, and there were a few final straws that really broke it, and that was difficult. All the while, during the beginning of that time where it was kind of like things were falling apart with my ex roommate, I started dating or in a relationship with this guy. And again, this guy was really an awesome person. There's like nothing bad I can even say. He was just like a very sweet guy in Atlanta. And then I don't really know how I would have handled that like roommate situation if I did not if I was not in that relationship at the time, because there were times that I did not stay at my apartment. Like very often I did not stay at my apartment, and I would go back to check up on my cat, Fleur, who I had locked in my room because I was afraid of letting her out. And I'm not saying that this person's dangerous or a bad person. I don't want to like put that out there, but I really did not want to deal with the fact that something could happen, and not even from that person, but like someone else, maybe that this person knows, coming in and doing something to my cat. So I had my cat locked in my room most of the time, and I tried to go back there as much as I could. Obviously, I fed her and took care of her and was there for her, but most of the times I would not sleep there. And that was, so for around that time, it was like I did not feel inspired to make videos, and I did not. I was just okay. Sorry, I don't know if it actually went out, but anyways, so during that time, I was not making videos, and then Corona happened, and late March, I broke up with my most recent ex, and again, it ended it on good terms. Sweet person, great guy, and again, I couldn't have done a lot of things without him. He was such a good guy, and still is good guy. It just didn't work out. Like I just came to a point where I realized that there wasn't really the future that I wanted, but we had a lot of good times. And moved back to South Carolina, where I'm at right now. And yeah, just I was furloughed from one of my jobs, and I transferred to another area. And then recently, as of like 3 weeks ago, I was actually fired from a job that I got here. And the reason I was fired, well, there wasn't a reason. My boss decided to, it was like 9 a.m. and it was, or like 15 minutes after, she's like, "Can you come into my office?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I went in there, and she said, she said something like, "It's not working out." And I asked her what was going on, and she was just like, "It's not working out, and I'm gonna let you go," or whatever. And she just said, "You're too introverted, you're too like there's something like we're just not on the same level," or whatever. And then later that night, at hopefully I don't get in trouble for saying this. I don't think so. I don't even think anybody that knows this person is watching this. And really, I don't care. Later that night, it was exactly 11:51 p.m., close to 12 a.m., my ex-boss messaged me. I mean, I still have the text, but I'm not going to read it off. And she was like, "Oh, I'm sorry that I had to do that. It wasn't my decision." And I'm like, "Okay, what do you mean?" and she said she was trying to blame other people for letting me go. And then she asked me to come in to talk with her. So that happened on a Monday. And on Wednesday, I went in just to see what she had to say, which I already had lined up another job after that. But I just wanted to see what this person had to say. And she said that she was going to offer me another job at the company and that it wasn't her decision to fire me. So basically, she fired me on the spot for no reason, just because she was upset, and then tried to rehire me back. That's pretty screwed up. So, anyways, that was a little bit too much. I don't know how to say that. That was a bit unexpected, and also the fact that she tried to offer me another job, which I was not going to take. I told her that I didn't think I was going to be a good fit for it. And now I'm just working at a new job, and my boss is a lot nicer. As far as personality goes, I'm pretty sure my ex-boss is an ESTJ. And this, I don't want to say that because like maybe she's not an ESTJ, but I really don't like ESTJs. This is just random rant. And that being said, this has been hard. 2019, 2020 has been hard. And I will try to start making videos. And I think maybe the best thing is just to start posting videos. But anyways, I'm going to go back to the comments. I'm sorry that I get off into these tangents. Okay. I talked with an ENTP about something similar. He fears rejection from people, even if it's someone random. Yeah, I can relate to that. Jennifer, definitely starting with doing things you actually want to do will help in a multitude of ways. Your audience wants to feel closer to you, so that's giving what you want. Thank you. Jeffrey, you're carrying on 2 conversations simultaneously. That's amazing. Thank you. No, it's not. I actually think that's probably why I do a pause, because I'm actually like talking to myself while I'm talking, which is kind of weird. This gave me a new perspective on how FE works. I don't know what, sorry that I'm taking forever to get to the comments. Anyways. Well, we all deal with thoughts, Craig. We all deal with thoughts. We have to fight for our most beautiful thoughts and dreams. Well, yes. Shervin, I think. I like your videos. Thank you. The introverted thinker. Imposter syndrome, very normal. I know it is, and it's very easy to feel like, oh, nobody else is feeling this way. I know that other people are feeling this way. I know that other people are experiencing this stuff. It's partly why I'm talking right now. But at the same time, it does feel pretty lonely. Most of my friends, so I don't really have that many friends that live here in South Carolina, especially during Corona. Like, I'm about to start up my meetup again, hopefully soon. And that meetup was actually my favorite thing that happened in South Carolina. And that's the thing that I miss most. Those people that, well, my friends that joined, well, basically, I started this meetup, which now is a group on Facebook called the Thought Provokers. And some of my very good friends that I made in Greenville, I met through that. And I think doing that will make things feel more connected, because even though I am very introverted, I love being by myself. I can do things by myself, entertain myself. I also do crave that human connection, and Corona has made it very hard. So for me, like, I like going to even just a coffee shop by myself, not necessarily anyone else, and just being able to sit in a coffee shop, for example. But because of Corona, and I know this is like first world problems, but it's difficult. And apart from the people that I met through that group, I don't really have anybody, like any friends really that are my own age, or I definitely don't have any like girlfriends, so to speak, here. So it's just different. Most of my friends live in Georgia or elsewhere, so that can be challenging. Henderson's. Okay, Nick. I think I have a lot of similar issues to what you describe, and I think it's manageable, even though it seems like it's not when you're in a swing. Yeah. Craig, energy vampires. Yes, that is a thing, and I actually want to make a video about that. Yeah, I think that's something I've realized more than anything. I definitely want to make a video about this, but and I think maybe some of you guys would be able to relate to this, but I am very much impacted by people that come into my life emotionally. Like that friendship breakup was very difficult, even though I do not want to be friends with this person anymore. And I really am glad that this person is not in my life. It was difficult. I really cared about her. She was a really great person. Well, I wouldn't say that. I don't think she's an evil person. I don't think she's necessarily a bad person, but she's definitely not someone that I want to hang around. That friendship breakup was very difficult because I felt very emotionally drained during that time, especially when I kind of had to avoid my apartment and I felt like I could never be alone and I felt like I could never have I don't know. Also being concerned for Fleur. I'm glad that Fleur and I do not live there anymore. Obviously Fleur is safe and sound. This is Henry, obviously. He's not little Fleur. But yeah, that was hard. I think energy vampires are a real thing. The one take videos were, in my opinion, some of your best content, just taking a rough idea and running it out in a stream of consciousness. James, like I said earlier, I've gotten that actually a bit, quite a bit. And maybe that's just, maybe I have to realize that you guys don't really care about the editing and stuff, because God knows I'm not the best editor. But I guess I just have to realize that there's going to be people that comment that don't know me or my videos, and they're going to be like, hey, your videos are annoying or whatever. I'll just have to deal with that. Gears Demon, you said you have a small audience 4 times. Yeah, but I also realize that it is kind of a larger audience. A few thousand people is a lot of people. That's something that I have to realize as well. YouTube, for YouTube standards, it's not really that big, but for people standards, I mean, imagine if we all congregated in an area. That would be a lot of people. It's a lot. Narcissistic supper if you are an empathic. Yeah, I do think, unfortunately, and that's something that I have realized, I don't like the word empath. That is another thing that I want to make a video about, because I think a lot of people that say they're empaths are actually narcissists or people that are very full of themselves. I do get affected emotionally from people, so I guess I don't know, I don't like that word. I do, but I don't. I unfortunately do know a few narcissists, true narcissists, not people that are just oh, that person's a narcissist. I know people that are close to me that are narcissists, or were close to me. And there is a person in particular that I am still very close to. I also know where I stand with this person, and they are someone that I can't just get rid of. And I wouldn't want to. I know that this person is a good person, but I also know that they have this other, they have this side to them that you know, without saying exactly who this person is, I've known this person my whole life. So that has been like something that I've managed, but I also realized because I had this person in my life that is narcissistic, I also realized that I can attract those people, and that's why I feel like I am pretty guarded in relationships as well. And that was an element I did not add to that video, or actually maybe edited out of that video, is the fact that there's a few things that I edited out because I didn't want them to sound mean towards anybody. But part of the reason why I will end a relationship is if I see narcissistic behavior, because I know that for me, I don't want to be with someone that is that way. I don't think that I don't think that narcissists in general are inherently bad or evil. I think if it's coupled with sociopath, like if you're a sociopath and narcissist, that can be a really bad combination. But I still don't want to be with a narcissist. Anyways, sorry. Julia, well, it's live. We normally repeat words while talking. Yes, I unfortunately repeat myself a lot. Liza, listen to your intuition. Hey, Henry. Our animals tell us, yes. Happy to catch you live. Love the trees. I see a lot of BS as an admin on Facebook. Maybe INFJs need a backend admin page where we delete and block and basically swat away the bugs. Yeah. Okay, vibe and low key is kind of what the hell? Who are you? I don't care. I had a roommate threaten my cat because she was jealous that I had a boyfriend. Real sicko. I don't do roommates. Well, so there are a few people that I could be roommates with. And even before I was roommates with this other person, I kind of knew, well, I did know. Like, my intuition told me it was a bad idea. My mom, my sister told me it was a bad idea. There were other people that said it was a bad idea. So obviously I didn't listen to those people and I still did it. And again, I don't know. I'm not saying that it would happen to anybody, but at least the combination of our personalities was not the best together. And anyways, I personally do not want to have another roommate, and hopefully I never will have to, but you never know. Gears Demon, living alone is the best. I agree. I really like the idea of living alone. Henry, what is it? Do you need to go to the bathrooms? What are you doing? I guess you go by yourself outside. Are you gonna go run me off? Sorry. I know you can't see him, but yeah. Say what you want to say. Thank you. Someone random. I have an ESTJ ex-boss, and working for them was a pleasure. Well, good for you. It wasn't a pleasure for me. It was a situation where I knew that my boss didn't like me, and I didn't dislike her. She wasn't my favorite, but I just got a vibe that she didn't like me no matter what I did, just didn't like me. So it was definitely for the best. What's Henry's type? I believe that Henry is an ESFP. I have a question. What is your question? Mystic Mediator. Take comfort in the knowledge that others are just as lonely as you and that we are all connected by being mutually lonely. Yes. Hey, Heather. Okay, the introverted thinker. We are all empaths unless we lack the ability, which is probably some hint of someone kind of lack of function, which would lean towards disorder. Maybe just empathetic to avoid the charged terminology, but empath and narcissist are overused. Yes, I also agree. That's why I say, so there are people that will say like certain people are narcissists. For example, a certain person that I used to date, that we may know, some of us, and some of us may watch, I don't think that he's a narcissist. I've actually had people talk to me about him and ask me if he is a narcissist. I don't think he is. Maybe he is. I didn't get that vibe from him. But I could also see why people would say that. But I think that's an overused way of saying that someone's narcissist. Also, you could say that people that post on social media is narcissistic. That is also, I believe, an incorrect way of saying it. There are people that actually have a disorder of narcissism, and it's grouped. Forget the grouping, all of the groupings. I know antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, narcissism, and there's also another one that I can't think of, is all in the same like cohort or whatever. So typically, if you have one, you probably have the other. And I personally know someone that has narcissism and one of the other ones, not sociopathy, but another one. And that's difficult. But again, this person isn't a bad person. I've known this person my whole life, and they are great in a lot of ways. They just have this other side to them that, and also a side to them that's always there, that I have to kind of look past and realize that, yes, I can also love this person, but I do not want to be with someone like that. Let's see. Eli, what word would you use instead of empath? I mean, the word fits the definition. I feel that Epi is empathic. Also, guys, I don't know if you guys know this, I am dyslexic, so sometimes I will read things incorrectly. So empathetic, I guess. I don't know. I just feel like so many people overuse that word, and I really don't like probably it's okay to use it, but I just feel like a lot of people that say they're empaths are not really. They're just like saying, I'm so like whatever. But some of the people that say they're, I guess, not even narcissists, but like a lot of people that say they're empaths, I find to be very selfish people. And maybe that's me just being whatever, but I just don't really like that term. I don't know what the best term is to say. True empaths are walking targets for narcissists. I can agree with that. Again, I don't really like the term, but I can agree with that. Kind of curious. Will we have another Zoom meeting? Okay. Yes, we can definitely have one. For those of you that aren't a part of the Facebook group, Thought Provokers, I can actually, let me just put this, I'll link it. Oops. I will link the group in the chat. Also, I want to try to start actually making content on here. I feel like I am a very bad admin in a sense because I'm really bad at posting on here. Anyways, I'm not sure. Hopefully this is the right link. And I will post it. Okay. So if you want to join the group, you can do that. But anyways, we did this thing, it was a while ago now, that we had we've done a couple of them, but we did kind of a meetup. I want to do them more frequently. I'm still trying to figure out what my schedule is going to be. It's kind of different. Like before, when I was working my other job, it was pretty consistent 9 to 5, but now it's going to be different. So it's just planning on my end and just prioritizing it. When will you humans learn that your feelings get in the way of big cash payments? Yeah. So Jackal, Emily, what is your dream life and what is stopping you from that path? Oh, so what would I want to do in life? So that's something I toil with. And this goes back to the imposter syndrome and stuff. I think anybody that, again, I don't want to say ooh, my channel's small, whatever, but it's no secret that I don't really yeah, I'm monetized on YouTube, but I don't really make that much money from my videos, just because I don't get that many views on my videos in general. I guess what I really want to do is I want to take this seriously. I really want to take YouTube seriously, but at the same time, that's where I get into the whole job thing and stuff. It's difficult to devote a ton of your energy towards something. And I need to just do it because I love it, because I do, and that's where I go back to this is not the reason why I'm not making videos, but also I really do want to actually make an income from being a YouTuber. And this is not to be an influencer or to be famous or anything like that. That may come. I'm not saying, well, it may not. But I think if I was to make a reach, and I'm not saying famous, I don't really want that, but there might be, I might have a larger following in the future. And it probably will have to happen in order for me to make more money on YouTube through ads. But I've also had this company reach out to me, which I did set up a profile. It's called Wisio. And I'm gonna I can link it in the description. I'm not really sure how it's gonna work and stuff, but basically they set up a profile for me, and it's this thing that you can do personalized videos for people, and people can pay you to do that. My thing, and this is something I have to get over, and also realize that offering something for a price doesn't mean that I'm whatever. I do need to make more money in order to survive. That's the thing. That's something I've realized about money. It's growing up, I didn't care about money at all. But I also realized that a lot of the reason why I feel held back is the fact that I don't really have that much money. It just reminds me of this meme on TikTok. I think it was from Pride and Prejudice, where it's I'm 27 years old, I have no money and no prospects. That's kind of how I feel, and it's really the reality of things. I don't really have that much money, and I'm not in a relationship. Again, that's fine. But I do want social media to be a full-time job, but I don't make enough money, not even to I could maybe buy a book with the amount of money that I make. And I also realize that a lot of people will offer services, and if someone wants to pay for them, great. But I just feel weird offering for something, and I just have to get over that hurdle, because I think this is something I also want to try to get over, but also like promote with YouTube. Going after your dreams should not be something that is frowned upon, or like, obviously there's going to be people that are critical and people that don't like what you're doing. And again, I don't think I'm going to ever be like someone with like 1 million subscribers or something like that on YouTube. But even if I had like a smaller audience and I was able to support myself through YouTube and other like things, I don't know what you guys would even want as far as like services I could provide. I have a hard time doing like a typing service, which I guess I could provide. I just don't really like typing people over the internet. I could go in the ballpark of what someone's type is. But anyways, so yeah, I want to be a full-time creator because I love creating stuff, and I love having like the storytelling like effect, and I like doing skits, even though I don't think I'm like the funniest person ever. I like coming up with stuff on the spot and shooting it. I don't have like, I probably should write a script, but I just kind of come up with stuff and do it. Anyways, so I guess my dream life would be being able to be like a content creator full time and having the ability to travel and connect with people in person, because eventually I would love to have some type of event that would either be free or cost very little to attend, depending on like an in-person event. Obviously, we can't do this in Corona times. And be able to actually connect with people in person, because I really would like that, and I think it would be really cool. And some of the people that I've met on YouTube, I feel like understands me and I understand them better than people that I know in real life. Because again, where I live, I don't really have that many friends here. I have my friends in Georgia. I have some friends that have moved away, and friends I made in Seattle, and friends that live in other countries, but don't really have anyone here besides my cat, my dog, my mom lives here. Anyways, so that's what I would do. And also, eventually, I would want to find that person and just have like a community of people that are connected. And I think we already have that, but I really need to start showing up more on YouTube and like videos in general, and like start putting stuff out there. And yeah, I don't know if that made sense, but just being more creative, because when I was younger, and I'm not like the best artist or anything like that, but when I was younger, I used to create art all the time. And I think that looking back at who you were when you were a child is the best way to really determine what you should do in life. And I've always really loved kids. I've always loved art. I've loved creating. I love people in general, even though it may not seem like it all the time. So connecting with people, creating art, doing different films and stuff, and like, I don't know, even some artistic stuff. Like there's a few films that I actually like have envisioned in my head. There's this one that's called Heartbreak. And I don't know if I've ever talked about this before, but I think I envisioned this video back in 2015, where I make like this anatomically correct heart out of like paper mache. And then I put like, I don't want it to look gross or like a real heart in the inside. Maybe have some type of sparkles or just like some type of paint that's different than just like a red paint or something. And then I just have this like vision of this video where I'm taking a baseball bat or someone, and you just like, it's like what first person type video where you're seeing that person and they're holding the bat, like you are that person, and then it's hitting the heart, just kind of going into like what heartbreak feels like and stuff. I know that's really random, but anyways, yeah, so that's kind of what I want to do. And again, I'm sorry that I'm like, I probably should stop apologizing for this, but I really hate that I go on rants. Wow, I may or may not murder a roommate in their sleep if they threatened my cat. Heather, that's partly, so this person wasn't threatening my cat, so to speak. It wasn't even that. It was just like, I didn't want that to even be a thing. I just knew that there could be the possibility that this person knew friends or whatever that may do something. And this, I don't know. I just didn't want that to go, I didn't want that possibility to even be there. And I probably just I was probably like, there's probably no reason to think that, but I just really didn't want any reason to escalate that situation. And had that person done something to Fleur, I would have probably gone to jail, because I do not mess with people that, I don't know, that would just be horrible. What are some signs you're dealing with a narcissist? Insidious apple. So the narcissist that I have in my life believes that they are God, like truly believes they are God. Well, maybe not like, this person's actually religious and they do like believe in actual God, but they also believe that people worship them. Like, this is coming out of their mouth. And basically anybody that doesn't do exactly what this person does is not good enough. So that's kind of what I mean by narcissist. And there's other things that go into this as well. Very fragile ego in a lot of senses, and just, yeah. But that was really not the best definition of that. Cluster B, that's what I was looking for. Oh, whoa. God, I'm so bad at going through the comments. Just caught this now. Thanks for doing the live stream. Thank you, Jacob. Someone random. Narcissists are often more easy to spot from a distance than when you're not close to them. I've been close to friends with a narcissist who agreed to get professional help to save their friendships. Common friend had to point out how narcissistic they are. Mystic Meteor. Oh, my mediator. Example. Shane Dawson always brags like, I'm such an empath. It's so gross. But it's very funny that you said Shane Dawson. That actually ran through my mind when I was saying that, is his series on Jake Paul and him talking about how he was an empath and narcissistic. That is a whole subject in itself. I don't know if you guys know who Shane Dawson is. He is one of the biggest YouTubers, and I haven't followed him from the very beginning, but like I still remember back in the day, like whenever he started YouTube, seeing his videos, and I felt that they were really raunchy and like not something that I liked. And I never really like followed him, but I knew that content existed. I didn't know all of the racist and like other things that he did, which are coming back to the surface. But there was a while that I did follow Shane. I think in 2017, that's when I actually like started watching him again. And he was like, I actually really liked his videos, and I liked his friends, and like Ryland and Morgan and Garrett and those people. But more recently, a lot of the stuff that he did in his past has come out, and also the like weird hands that he played, underhands that he played with the whole James Charles situation. Again, you guys may not even know what we're talking about, but I know Mystic Mediator does. I just felt like that was all very sketchy. Jeffree Star, I used to follow them, and I just feel like obviously that's just, I don't know. It's so weird to me that like these influencers, they get to the point where they're just like, they think that they're above certain human things. And I know that this is like kind of a common thing with like celebrities and stuff, but it just like really bothered me. I don't know. Anyways, just funny. Astrid the Earthling. I really like that picture in the back. It's ghostly and beautiful. Thank you. Also, hey Astrid. Oh my gosh, ENF Sage. Hi. So if FE users are empathetic, does that mean that TE users are thought mind readers? I do not think so. And I don't think just because you are an FE user, you are empathetic necessarily. Why isn't this video sponsored by Skillshare? Because I do not have any sponsorships. Peyton, you can, but you have to post literally every day. That's how YouTube works. Well, like I said, I don't know. I mean, unless it really gets to be an issue, I think I will start doing the less edited videos where I just like post, because I did really find those therapeutic in a way. And again, if people really like those videos, I will make videos where I'm just like in my car talking about a subject. Like tomorrow I want to talk about the type relations and stuff and kind of go through that and do like a little trial run of doing the car videos again, because I actually enjoyed them as well, but I just felt like I just didn't like how everybody was. I don't know. I guess there's going to be criticism all around. Eli, pretty common INFJ response to money is not all that important. Sponsorship, bro. And I guess that's part of it. So I think, so again, I don't necessarily have to have a ton of subscribers, which that kind of, having a ton of subscribers on YouTube, it's weird because on TikTok, I have almost 50,000 subscribers, which is crazy. Which also I feel like TikTok does not like. The algorithm is not in my favor right now because I joined the Creator Fund and I found that it was actually suppressing my videos, so I stopped the Creator Fund on TikTok. And I think they didn't like the fact that I got out of the Creator Fund. Maybe they did. Maybe it's just like me and my TikToks aren't that great anymore. But either way, the algorithm doesn't really enjoy me on TikTok anymore. But the fact that I have like almost 50,000 followers on TikTok is crazy. It's just weird. But it's different. It's different than YouTube. And maybe even some of the people watching this, I really doubt it, but like maybe one person, I don't know, found me via TikTok rather than YouTube, and they're watching this right now. But yeah, it's just a weird audience. So, like I said, a lot of like 13, 14-year-olds. And again, I feel like I don't know. When I found that out, I was just like, I just don't know what to say. Like, I don't want to say something inappropriate towards that audience. And like, basically, I like the fact that on YouTube, it seems like we're all kind of older. So like, at least some of us maybe are in our teens, but like most of us are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s plus. So I like that. But yeah, I think making videos, maybe I will get sponsorship deals in the future, I don't know. And then that could be a way of making an income. I just really want to start taking this more seriously on a business side, but also like take it seriously on a business side in a sense, but not necessarily do it in a business way. Like I know there's certain things that need to be in a business way, but like I still want to make authentic videos, or like I also don't really like that word either. I do like the word, but I don't. I don't know. I think I get triggered by that word. But putting videos out that are like from the heart, I guess, rather than just trying to appease people. Astrid, or money is a tool. Astrid the Earthling, money is a tool, really. We all need it to survive, but we don't need it to control us. It's a balance. Yes, and that's what, well, and again, I guess that's the thing. I've never had money control me. I've had opportunities, obviously, to be with people that have money. And I've also had the opportunity, like, this is really weird, but I've had like people reach out to be like, for me to be their sugar baby or different things like that. That is not something I'm interested in. But yeah, I'm definitely not money driven, but I also realize that is very true, Astrid, that it is a tool and it's kind of a reality. And the thing is, with the things I want to do, I realize that I need to have money because I want to actually help people in not only a like personal sense, but also a financial sense. Again, I'm just a regular person, making probably less than, well, around maybe average or less than average than the most Americans make. But I still make it a point to still like tip baristas, for example, or like even, do those little things that, like, donating whatever I have within reason to people. And I think something to be said about money is that I think money really just amplifies who you are rather than like people change because of money. I guess some people change, but like I realize that some aspects of my life may change, but I'm not gonna stop being like what's it called? Charitable or something when I like have money. In fact, I'll be more charitable because I'll have more money to give out to people. Isn't that right, Hendersons? We get more doggies. I do want to get a doggy. This is my mom's dog. But my mom isn't here, so I have to babysit him. Anyways, so I realize that there is that aspect that having money is actually a means to something, and money isn't evil. I don't think it's evil, but I do think that you can obviously do bad things with it. Once you realize money is just a commodity tool in which you barter for goods and services, it becomes a freeing feeling. I guess it's true. I guess that's what's kind of like hard for me to think is like, I don't like the idea of like, I guess I have to get past the fact that if someone wants to pay me for something, like if someone wants a service from me that I'm offering, whether that is a product, a physical product, or like a video or something like that, then, oh, I see that some people want to join the group. Oh, hey guys. So I will approve those people that wanted to join the Facebook group. You guys are now in the group. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah, I guess offering that service to someone and they want it, great. If they don't get it, great. I can find other ways of like earning money, and that's not the reason I want to make videos or something. But if people along the way want to offer whatever, so I think something to realize, I guess. Jacob, do you have a preference and platform for content creation, such as YouTube or TikTok. So something that's kind of weird. Again, I feel like I don't want to just like make videos. I don't know. I guess I like YouTube better because I feel like there's more of a community. I mean, I don't think I'll ever like YouTube's always going to be my favorite no matter what. And again, I have a video on TikTok. I mean, I actually have several videos that have almost 1 million views, and I have a video that has almost 3 million views. And that's really surreal, but it's just different. It's not like the same connection. It's not the same as YouTube. There's still people, still a lot of people. That's a ton of people. Like I never in a million years thought that that many people would see something that I made. But so that's kind of cool in a way. Um, you know, I really like TikTok. I just don't really feel super connected to anybody. I don't really have any friends that I've like made on TikTok or something. Again, most of my audience is like younger, so it's like I can't really feel like I can even really talk to them. I just feel kind of weird about talking to like a 15-year-old person. And if you are 15 or whatever, uh, I bet you're great. I like to talk to people that are at least in their 20s, I guess. Um, and anyways, so I really like YouTube, but I think what's cool about TikTok is it can be very creative. Like I've made some short videos that I actually am pretty proud of. And I like the fact that you can use audio that would get you like that wouldn't be okay like to use on YouTube. I think it's cool that you can use like um, audio from songs and stuff in a TikTok. It's just fun, I feel like. But that being said, I prefer YouTube. So I write scripts, you come up with things on the spot. We'd make a great duo for skits and short films. Yeah, I mean, that is something too. So this is the other thing that I'm realizing. Um, that's something that I also realize is like, Anders, what are you doing? What are you doing, baddest boy? No, he's the goodest boy. Anyways, I think it would be cool. That's the other thing. So I've had people offer to like edit videos or write scripts or whatever. Um, Unfortunately for me right now, I really can't afford to hire someone. Um, and but I would love that. I think it would be really cool to have like because again going with short films, I actually want to have actors and have people create these films because I have a lot of good ideas, I feel like, but I need to put them into action. And I think a lot of that, and that's why money is a good thing to have in a way, because I really want to pay people to do stuff. And I feel bad if I don't pay someone to do a service. And so that's why I don't really ask people or want people to help me right now because I feel like I can't compensate them. And that sucks in a way. Friends are different. Like if a friend is part of like friends in real life, they're part of something. I don't think, obviously they're not expecting to be paid or whatever, but it's just different because you have like a friendship in real life and you do things for them elsewhere. um just a weird kind of thing. Also, this live stream has been going on for a while. I'm sorry I'm like rambling and talking so much. I've just missed doing these live streams, and I think it's, yeah. Anyways. Whew. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Bro, you got this. Just put content out there that you like. Thank you. You'll be successful no matter what you do. Just go for it. Narcissistic was relating to the attacks from some people that all the success comes from haters. Picture of agony. Have you guys seen One Step Beyond? I don't know what that is. Empathy and personality disorders like narcissism usually don't go together. Yes, exactly. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. I think some people that are like narcissists, maybe not narcissists, but I think some people do think, I don't know. I can't speak for that. Oh my gosh, Lindsay, hello. Feel like I haven't talked to you in forever. It's nice just listening to other INFJs speak, free, think. I find it comforting just tuning into another stream of thought. Well, thank you. Wow, okay. Hey, Melanie. I liked your car videos. Thank you. Okay, I guess I will do the car videos if you guys really do like them. And again, really, I would say people that are watching this right now actually do probably care about my channel or whatever I put out. So, I mean, again, maybe they're not going to be like the most popular videos, which I haven't even had any popular videos on this channel. Anyways, so that is like, I guess that's just something I have to get past. It's just like not worry. Um, so I will do that. Okay. My. Enough Sage. Being a sugar baby is a lot of emotional labor. It's not easy money for sure. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it would be extremely hard. And that's the thing, like, well, there's an aspect that I just don't want to do it in a general, but also I think having I get very emotionally impacted by people. And that's something I have to realize. And this is just for everybody. For people that are like, I don't know, deeply do care about other people, you can call it what you want. I think you really have to guard yourself emotionally, because it can be pretty damaging, which I have found. I feel like I take that stuff a lot harder, whether again, if it's a breakup, or a friendship breakup or whatever. Just having people come in and out of my life is hard in a way. Like I don't feel like I have like some abandonment issues in the sense that I'm like afraid that people are going to abandon me, but when I let someone in my house in my world, I do have this sense of loyalty to them, and where I what is it, Henderson's? Are you bored? I know, it's a lot. You're like, what are we doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. Biggest boy is. Um, anyways, sorry. Rambly rambles. I don't even know what I was saying. Glenn, have you thought about starting a blog along with YouTube? Yes, I have. I just feel like it's just another thing to add right now, as far as like, I already feel like I'm so behind with YouTube, as far as like posting and stuff, and like I do feel like I need to be more consistent about YouTube and then go into creating a future blog. The one thing is I do like writing, and I think in general I can be a pretty good writer, but it just takes me a lot longer, because I am dyslexic, which I have said, but it just, I don't know. So maybe. Anyways. Money can amplify who we are. That was a very profound statement. I mean, definitely not my own statement. I've heard that, and I do think it's true. Like, I mean, I know people that are great people that have a lot of money, and then there are people that do not. I mean, that aren't that great and have a lot of money as well. And I think it just like does amplify that person. When I was in elementary school, I hated money because of the color. However, my GE knows how important it is. Oh my gosh. Drink some wine. So I actually do have 2 wine bottles in my apartment. I'm not a huge alcohol drinker in general. Wow, I just feel like this light makes my face look so shiny. So weird. Henry, what is going on? Yeah, I just don't really drink. I drink sometimes, like once in a blue moon, but I have 2 bottles that I've had since March or April there that I do not plan on opening. Nina Willow. It's called the Thought Provokers. Oh, no certain plan said it. Let's see. Looks like there's other people that want to be added. Okay. So I just accepted another request for the Facebook page. Anyways, that hatred had stopped when I got my first job. Constant emotional. No certain plan. Hit me up on Reddit. Emily hit me up on Reddit. I don't really, I mean, I have Reddit. I just don't really go on Reddit. Reddit is not, I don't know. I'm not, like, I think Reddit's cool, whatever. I never got into it that much. ENF Sage, constant emotional guarding while putting up the front that you're open is exhausting. Yeah. Jackal. Emily, I don't know if you would talk about political topics, but if so, what is your INFJ foresight for where the US is headed? It's fine if you don't want to answer. Well, back in June, I made a very emotional video that was a bit just spur of the moment that I don't really regret making, but like, I mean, it's unlisted. I made a video about Black Lives Matter with some people, including one of my really good friends. And I don't know. Politically speaking, I will preface this. Politically speaking, I am an independent. So I'm neither a Republican or a Democrat. However, I have worked for the Democratic Party of Georgia before, and I definitely lean more liberal. So I have a lot of very liberal friends, but I also know a lot of people that are conservative. A lot of my family members, apart from my sister, my younger sister, are conservative. And so I kind of have 2 different perspectives. I grew up in a very conservative household, and again, I lean more liberal. That being said, as far as the future of the US, it's hard to say because back in February, I would have said something probably a bit differently. Since Corona has happened, I think it's hard to say. I would like to think that politically we would change, like, our leader, because I'm not a huge fan of our president. However, I don't know if that's gonna happen, because I don't know if Biden is the best candidate for the job. I will be voting for him, and again, you can vote for whoever you want. I will be voting for him because, well, yeah, I would not vote for Trump, personally. Do I 100% think that Biden will win? No. Do I 100% think that Trump will win? No. I'm not psychic, so I don't know. Last time, even though I did not vote for Trump, in 2016, I had this eerie feeling that Trump would win like 6 months before he was elected. And I don't necessarily have that eerie feeling again, but I feel like 2020 has just been so crazy in general that I don't know. So, that being said, I don't really know. I'm hoping that we do change our president because I'm just not a fan. And it's not about him being a Republican, it's just the leadership in general. I do not like it. Um, Again, I don't think that Biden's the best person for the job. I think that our system is very messed up. Personally, I do not like the two-party system in the US. Again, I am an independent, so I have voted different ways, mostly liberal, but I have voted Republican before. And it's more of an issue thing rather than a party thing for me. But yeah, so this is not a political channel, and I'm trying to be somewhat diplomatic because in that live stream I made, I was not as diplomatic. But yeah, maybe one day I can go into more political stuff. I actually was an international affairs major, which is like international relations. So like under the political science field. So that was kind of like a topic of interest. I didn't really do domestic politics that much. It was more international politics. So I actually know more about like the European Union and like international politics in general. This is really off topic, not anything to do with the US, but back in 2015, I believe, or it might have been 2016, whenever that was. When was that? I think it was 2016. Yeah. When they announced that Brexit was going to be a thing, I actually was asked by my university's radio station to talk about Brexit. And at the time, I went into how I felt about the Brexit situation and what would happen for the UK and the European Union. And I also played Theresa May that following year at a conference right after she triggered Article 49, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And that was interesting. So I used to do simulations, and that actually is something that I want to do. This is, again, off topic, but I want to kind of do a skit about like Model UN and Model European Union. Those are like simulations of those organizations, and I think it could be funny for like personalities. I actually have a vision in my head of like what I would do for that, like how all of the personalities would interact in that conference. And I used to like actually lead a lot of those conferences, so that could be cool. But again, that's really random. Anyways, so that being said, again, my roundabout way of saying I don't know what's going to happen with the US. We definitely need to have some changes, whether that means 4 more years of Trump, which I hope is not the case, or if we have Biden, which again, not the best choice, but I'm going to go for that choice. Lesser of two evils, but anyways. we need to have a multi-party system, or at least an actual reliable third party that could be an option for people, because our two-party system is very flawed. And that's what I hope for the country. I don't know if that's actually going to happen. I think a lot of things that have happened with the 2016 election, also what's happening with 2020 in general, it is very clear. And I think the younger generations, like millennials and Generation Z or Zoomers, are going to want to overthrow that two-party system, because I think we have just outgrown it. But anyways, back to this. Sorry for the political rant. Lack can lack of money in a way also amplify who we are? I think so. In a way, it's just a different aspect. So my whole life, and I'm not saying that I'm like this saintly person, whatever, but my mom will tell you that I'm very generous with my money, and I have to be a little less so. But like I always try to help people, and not in a way of like a Enneagram 2 where I'm just like helping everyone. But as Eli said earlier, it is a tool, and I have seen it as a tool in the sense of like it's something that you can earn, take away and earn. It's not like something that has to be there, whatever. So I don't know if that made sense. Anyways, yeah. So I think it's just harder when you don't have any money to really like completely live authentically, should I say? Because when you don't have any money, I think you are focused on yourself more. Like, I think because of the fact that I don't have as much money as when I was, say, in college or before, because my parents used to support me a lot more. I don't have support now financially from anyone, but at the time, my dad used to. I mean, I guess I didn't really. You don't really know what you have until it's gone. Growing up, I never had to care about money. I grew up in an upper middle class, more upper class situation because of my father, and I have a lot of people in my family that are very financially well off. Like, there are actually quite a few people in my family that are millionaires. And so I kind of grew up in a lifestyle. My mom didn't, so my parents are divorced. And growing up, I had a very nice house. And that's what I was used to. Henry. And my sister were also like, but the thing was, we were spoiled, obviously, because we had a lot of privileges that other people, like, I didn't ever have to think, oh, where's my next meal? Like, I never had to go shopping. My mom would go shopping for us. Like, I really didn't have to care about anything like that. I didn't have to have a job to help support anything or anything like that. So when I went to college, my dad helped me. Like, I think he helped me with paying like my rent and stuff, which was very nice looking back. And also, my dad helped me a little bit, well, a good amount with college, paying for college. I did take out some loans. With that being said, I grew up in a very privileged way. I grew up going to like a beach house in Destin, Florida. That's like a multi-million-dollar beach house. I grew up in a way that my actual personal life with my mom and my sister wasn't like I had everything. I didn't have like the best cell phone or anything like that. And people at school didn't know that like our family had money necessarily, because I didn't act like I did. And I didn't grow up like there are people in my family that it's very obvious that they have a good amount of money, and they were, um, you can just tell. It's like they have everything and whatever. So in some ways, I was humbled, but I wouldn't say I definitely had it better than most people. And then going into college, again, I was helped out, but I still worked. Um, I worked part time during college, and again, I didn't have to really support myself in that sense. And then I think getting out of college was very challenging for me, because my parents are not really the type of parents to like to just give me money. Even when I was younger, I didn't just get money. Like, I still had to work for it. I would do chores, and we would have to clean the entire house and do other things, and we would get like maybe $10 a week, which is still a good amount of money when you're a child or teenager. But it wasn't like I was like getting, I don't know, whatever, random stuff. So yeah, so now I have had a reality check, I would say, when I turned 22, 23, getting out of college. I had a major reality check because I had to start paying for everything. And I understand that there are a lot of people that have that reality check much younger, or maybe never had that privilege. And so now I pay for everything. And I still have obviously, those family members that are well off. But at the end of the day, those people aren't going to support me or other people just because. So I don't know why I told that story, but anyways, just a random little tidbit about me, I guess. Oh, that being said, now it's difficult because when I was younger, I never had to worry about money. And I think that might be partly why I have a bad relationship with money. I mean, not bad, it's not bad, but like I kind of saw money as like it doesn't matter, because I didn't ever have to really deal with money when I was younger. And so now, and it's been several years, so I have a different aspect. There's a different mentality now, but it's like been hard to like retrain certain things, and realizing that money does matter, and you have to work hard, you have to do all these things in order to sustain your life and stuff like that, which I have in some ways successfully. But what I've realized over the years from not having money, from having money and not even having to think about it, to having money, to not having money, is like, I definitely was able to live freely, so to speak, when I didn't have to care about money. But now that I do have to care about it, and I have to work, and I work very hard to earn money at my job and just anything, yeah, I just want to get to the point where I don't, like, I want to care, I want to respect money, but I don't want it to be an aspect where I'm like having to scrounge, because I think when you're in that desperate mindset, you can't really live to your potential in the sense, because you have to, when you're worried about making sure all of your needs are met, you're going to not do the creative things, or at least for me, like I would rather at this point in my life be able to sustain my lifestyle than say post a million videos on YouTube. But I also realize that posting videos, I could also earn money from that. So it's like a weird thing. I don't know if that made sense. And I'm sorry, like, I didn't want to say that story in the sense of like, ooh, look at my perfect, like my life or whatever. I just want to reveal to you guys that I did grow up very well off. Again, I wasn't like given like a ton of money, but my parents had money, so I didn't have to care about it. Like, I didn't have to think about it. But now, as an adult and not getting financial support and having to pay for everything, it's been a reality check. And again, yeah, so that's something to realize. Sorry for that weird long rant. Again, Jacob, why not vote for Oprah? I did vote for Oprah last time, which was horrible. But yes, I'm not going to vote for her again this time. There is a good chance a former president does not get reelected. Yeah, maybe. Wow. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Let me try to get it. Well, this live stream is deep, although I have to go due to other plans. Bye. You probably are already gone, but bye-bye. David G. The most extroverted introvert INFJ I know. I wouldn't necessarily say that. I don't think I'm the most extroverted INFJ, but right now I am. I feel like it's weird because like I wouldn't be able to talk to this computer. It's on a laptop. If I didn't think other people are watching live. I guess it's kind of cool to know that there are now 40 people watching this. So it's like feels a little bit more natural to talk, but it's also crazy because like if there actually was 40 people in a room, that would be very scary. I don't know. Whoa. As for the earth thing, I was never paid for all the chores I did. Yeah, I mean, most chores that I did, I was not paid for. There were weeks that, I mean, basically, sometimes we were paid allowance, but most times, well, maybe not most times, but a lot of times, we were not paid. No matter what, we were expected to do those. Sometimes my mom would decide to give us money, sometimes they wouldn't. You can be desperate for money, both with a lot of it and with little of it. Yes, I know that's true. I think desperation is just not a really good, well, I don't want to say it's a negative emotion, but, or feeling or whatever, but it's definitely not a good, well, it's not always a good state to be in. I think it's just sometimes unhealthy in a way. Someone random, your rants are cool. Well, thank you. I do not feel like they're cool, but I will continue on. Jackal. I think it's an INFJ thing. I also never cared about money. I get one needs it to live in this world, but I also don't really care. Same with a few other INFJs I've run into. Later night, guys. Bye. Melanie. Oh, you're having a conversation with Astrid. Anyways, so now that it's over 2 hours into the stream, and I don't know, I mean, I can see some people that are watching as far as people commenting. Eli, I like your hair, by the way, bangin'. I gotta head out and finish some work. Okay, bye. Okay, now that there's less people in this stream, I'm going to talk about a very controversial thing that I've told some people, but I would say a lot of people do not know this. So I feel like there's like weird. This is what I don't like about YouTube videos is like having to see myself. That's why I've been mostly looking at the chat and the camera when I can. Anyways, we're back into something else with YouTube. So a few months ago, I unsubscribed like I think I unsubscribed to all of I unsubscribed from all of the YouTube channels I was subscribed to. And then I resubscribed to some as well. So I was subscribed to over 200 something channels on this, on my like now Emily Barnes page. Used to be Pakoki, slightly some like a short time introvert named Emily. And yeah, so I'm like resubscribing to things, but I had to unsubscribe to those channels, or just in general. I just wanted to do a purge where I just literally unsubscribed from everything. And I'm still like subscribed, like I have like other, like I have an other account that I'm subscribed to things or whatever. But a lot of the channels that I'm unsubscribed from and I am not resubscribed to are a lot of typology channels. No certain plan. Hit me up on Reddit. Are you talking to Eli or are you talking to me? Because I do not really use Reddit. Anyways, I don't know. I do want to like make some content about Myers-Briggs on here, but it got to the point where I really just did not like seeing MBTI content in my feed. And it really is like a me thing. It's not really anything to do with other people. It just was, I needed to just get out of that because I already felt like in a lot of ways, and I still feel like it, but I'm not really in the MBTI community anymore. I've taken very long hiatuses from YouTube, and also I don't want to try to gear towards that community. The community that we have on this channel, I feel like there's a crossover of like some people that are maybe subscribed from that community, but like that being said, I don't necessarily want to be a part of that community. Am I classified as part of that community? I don't know anymore. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if that makes sense. I just really don't like, I feel like that's also the aspect with the interviews that I liked and I didn't like. I liked interviewing people, and I am going to do interviews. That's another announcement that I want to make. Guys, I have talked about this in a community post, but I will start doing interviews, and it's going to be on the channel that I made for interviews. It's going to be renamed at a certain point. But I think it's still called Pakoki Interviews or whatever. I'm going to start doing interviews on that. I just need to find a good system as far as work schedules go and like how we can schedule these. But I want to start doing interviews again because I really liked them. But I don't want them to necessarily be type related. I just really like talking to people, and I think it's cool to interact with people on a more personal basis. And so that other people can relate to it as well. But part of that, why I don't want to do it typology related, is I really don't like being grouped in with the other people that are in the typology community. And I'm not saying these people are bad. A lot of them are really good people, I think. I don't know many of them in real life, but I don't know. I've gotten to the point where I'm still very interested in Myers-Briggs and socionics and stuff like that. But I really don't like constantly talking about that kind of stuff. I don't really talk about it too much in my real life. And at a certain point on YouTube, it just kind of got a little boring to me, a little bit repetitive and boring. What? What? Come here. What are you doing? Henry is acting weird. Oh, why did I change my YouTube name? Well, I guess I didn't. When did I guess I didn't go on it on this channel. I guess that was Instagram that I explained that. So there is okay, so I created this channel back in 2012. And it wasn't as a way of like, I mean, that was just like the channel that I created. It wasn't like I didn't post in 2012. But I've had like Pokokee, the word. I made that word up in 2008 or 2007. So it's been a long time since I've created that word, so to speak. But, so that word means pumpkin, cocoa, cookie. Those were the pets that I had at that time. Pumpkin, he was a cat that has shown up in some of these videos. He died in May of 2019. And his death has been one of the hardest things that I've had to deal with in my life. And I've dealt with like human deaths and stuff, but I mean, I have a very strong connection to my pets. I see them as siblings, or Claire's kind of like my baby, my cat that I have. But it was hard because I had Pumpkin from the age of 9 up until the age of 25. And that's a long time, or almost 26. And that's a long time to have an animal. And he was like a brother to me. So when he died, it was like the death of a brother, a sibling. And the word Pokokee, I felt like commemorates them, because all three of them are no longer with us. Coco isn't with us anymore. Cookie died like in 2016. Obviously, Pumpkin died in 2019. So I had that word in a way of like, I don't know, kind of keeping their name alive in a way. I still really like that word Pokokee. I still have it as my email address and stuff like that. It's a word that I made up, but I never meant for it to be like my name. Like, I didn't want people to call me Pokokee, even though I kind of made it a little bit, what's it called? Henry? Henry? What are you doing? I feel like Henry's getting anxious. Anyways, it was kind of confusing the way I made it, because I was like, oh, Pokokee. So it was kind of like, I understand why people called me Pokokee, and it was like a username, whatever. I just really, it got to the point where I really didn't like the fact that me was associated with Pokokee, the word. I felt like I was almost doing it an injustice, especially whenever something bad happens. And this is kind of like weird, but like, I just really didn't like that word being like tarnished. And I think it would be still cool to have it like commemorated in some way on this channel. But that being said, I just decided to use my name, my legal name, Emily Barnes, my very basic white girl name, as my username. And And then I have like introvert named Emily on other things. And that was hard because I do really like the word Pakogi. So yeah. And I know that some people will always associate with me with Pakogi rather than Emily or whatever. But yeah, that's why I changed it, I guess. Joseph, I can understand you veering away from focusing on MBTI on your channel. I enjoy talking about MBTI, but there can be pressure about talking about it all the time if it's on your channel. Yeah, and I didn't create this channel in order to talk about MBTI. In 2012, when this channel was actually like made, I guess, when the username was used and stuff, I didn't know when I was going to start YouTube, but that definitely was not what I was going to talk about. Because at the time, in 2012, I wasn't really that into MBTI anyways. And I was in college, a freshman in college, when I made that. And yeah, I guess actually a video I wanted to make at the time was talking about college. So yeah, I don't know. I think general introversion stuff and like just talking about life is something more I would rather do than talk about MBTI, and I still will talk about it. I have thought about resurrecting the podcast on my own. I don't know if you guys would be interested. I don't know if any of you guys watch the My Type of Shit podcast. I know that Sean is still like interested in doing, well, I don't know if he's still interested in doing it, but it was hard that, I don't know. So I like, if I was to talk about like more like intensely MBTI or like typology and stuff, I probably would do like the podcast. So if you guys are interested in me soloing the MBTI my Type of Shit podcast, I can definitely do that. And eventually maybe even having like guests on there. That's something that we kind of abandoned, partly because of everything that happened. I think when Michelle left the podcast, that it kind of went downhill because we wanted to have another person, and then I had my ex-friend / ex-roommate be a part of it, and it was great at the time. And she had some insightful things to say, but obviously things went south with her. So I kind of just didn't really like the fact that we had podcast episodes with that person. So yeah, that's kind of why I stopped the podcast. But I could, even if one person wants that, I will do it, I guess. Someone random. Sorry to hear that. Thank you. Pumpkin was really a great kitty. Joseph, there are also MBTI snobs out there when the idea is to understand others and yourself better. Yeah, I agree. That's also okay. So that's also like why I don't want to be a part of the community. When I first started making videos about MBTI, it wasn't like I was a part of the community. I just made videos because I wanted to make videos on the subject. So that's where I would rather be, I guess. If I was to make MBTI videos, I would rather just make videos, where, like, just because, even just like topics you guys want to hear, rather than make videos for the community, I guess. Which I definitely can do. Like I said, tomorrow, I want to make a video about type relations and socionics. So that is an MBTI, but it's pretty similar. So yeah, Nick, MBTI community can be pretty annoying. Yes. So I used to be an admin for different MBTI groups on Facebook, and I used to be a moderator for other groups as well. And honestly, I mean, some of those Facebook groups are so irritating. Like, I don't know. I really do not find that much value from those groups. And I know some people do. I just find them to be very toxic um, in a lot of ways. And I think it's fine to be a part of those groups. And I think you can meet nice people, but I don't know. I do not like those Facebook groups. And I got very upset with it. I mean, not upset, but annoyed. So I just like stopped. I basically got into YouTube, mainly MBTI channels, as a way of coping with grief when my cat passed at this very reasonable age of 17, but still sudden and unexpected. Yes, we can both relate to that as well. I mean, on that aspect, because Pumpkin was basically 17 as well. And yeah, that was, I mean, I'm right there with you. I don't know. Pumpkin also, like, you would have to know how he was in person to really get it. But Pumpkin was so, and I know like people project human emotions onto animals and different things like that, but he was so human like in like very weird ways, like just very much. I mean, I think there's different levels of consciousness, and he just had, it just seemed like he had a very high level of consciousness, especially for a cat. And it really didn't, yes, he was a cat, but it really felt like a human dying rather than just an animal dying. When my dog Cookie died, Cookie was amazing too. I love Cookie. She was such a good dog. And that also was very tragic when she died. And actually, for both of those deaths, I was actually present when both of them died. Cookie was about 18 to 19 when she died. And my sister and I took her to the vet because we knew that it was time. She probably had cancer. She was about 3 pounds when she died. She was a very small Chihuahua. So 3 pounds was, I mean, that's small, but it wasn't like she was, I don't know, she was very small. Anyways, when she died, that was super, super sad because we actually felt the life go from her. I felt her go cold, and that is something that I would not wish upon anyone. And that took a good amount of time to get over her death, and I'm still not over it. But with Cookie, yes, I miss her. Yes, I love her, and I think she was a great dog. But it's a different kind of grief than with Pumpkin. And it's hard to explain. Like, I miss Cookie very much, and I would love to have her back. And but with Pumpkin, this kind of grief was, so with Pumpkin, my mom and I were there, and my sister was actually on speakerphone. My sister lives in Japan, so she was not present physically, but she was there. And I held Pumpkin the entire time that he was also going to sleep. And that was like so difficult because another aspect of Pumpkin, he was a Maine Coon. And if you don't know what that is, it's a cat. They're like the biggest domestic cats. And as a lot of you guys know, which by the way, bye Astrid, sorry, I did not say bye. As you guys may know, I've talked about this before. I am very, well, it's kind of weird. So you can't really necessarily tell. I am a tall individual for a female. I am about 5'10". I don't know what that is in centimeters. I think it's 178 centimeters or whatever. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. Is that right? No. Meters? Whatever. I'm not sure. Anyways, I'm 5'10", and Pumpkin, when I held him, this is so weird. Anyways, I'm gonna step up here. So when I held him, he went from like I could hold him on my side, and like he went all the way down to like here if I was to hold him up. Well, maybe like right here. So like if I was to hold him, he would go down to there, and I'm like, again, like a tall female. He was a very big cat. So he was like, I think at his biggest when he was younger, he was like close to 30 pounds, and he was not fat. He was just like huge. When he died, he was probably close to like 10 pounds, or maybe a little bit more than that, like maybe 12. And that sounds like, well, that's still a big cat. But for that, for going from 20 something pounds, like, which is where he was mostly at his life, big, sturdy, muscular cat, like you could feel he was just big. He just felt like, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, if you have like a big animal like that, it's like you can feel the muscles. When Pumpkin died, like that last month, the like fat between his arms and legs and stuff was completely gone. It was like nothing was there. He felt hollow. He felt like he weighed less than my cat Fleur, who is significantly smaller than him. She's still pretty long, but she's like maybe 10-ish pounds, and that's like her. She's also a girl, but I don't know. That was very hard. He looked like a different cat the day that he died. And so I had Pumpkin on my lap when they initially like put him to sleep. And then to actually give the lethal injection, we had to put him on the operating table. And I also got to hold him. Not physically hold him, but I like held him like this. And again, he's like this big cat. So even though he was still like very small, he's still like this cat that's taking up a significant portion of this operating table. And so I held on to his upper half, and I just like constantly, sorry, whoa, sorry, constantly held him, hugging him, was kissing on his head and stuff, and like whispering to him how much I loved him. And I mean, I still did that with the Cookie. Like we were like telling her how much I loved her and stuff. But it's just different, I guess. And I know he's a cat, but sorry that you guys might be annoyed of this story, but yeah. So I whispered to Pumpkin that I kept on like whispering to him that I wanted him to come back as one of my children, because that's something that I always used to joke. And I know I've said this before, but I used to joke with people that once Pumpkin died, he would be reincarnated as one of my children. And when he was born, like again as my child, he would be like my favorite child, and I would play favorites with him. It was very hard because like when he died, it was just so different. Cookie, it was like I felt the life actually go from her. Like, and again, she's so much smaller, so it makes sense that you would feel her go cold a lot sooner. But with Pumpkin, when he died, the nurses or whatever that, like, I don't know, the vet technicians or whatever, they had to convince me that he was not alive anymore. Like, I just was like in shock. Is he still alive? Like, he's still alive. And I just was kind of, I don't even remember what I was saying, but I know that it was like, I was just in like I just couldn't really comprehend it. Like it just didn't feel real. And yeah. Um like Pumpkin, I don't think I've talked about this before, but Pumpkin is actually like the main reason why I'm still alive. Because I don't know, like yeah, I when I like wanted to end my life when I was like 22, um I I mean, I of course like didn't want to do it because of my family members, but Pumpkin was a significant reason, and I would say the number one reason I did not end my life. Um, and yeah, I mean, you just would have to know if you like knew me in person, like especially when Pumpkin was alive. He just was seriously my whole world. Um, and it was just like such a weird bond that I wouldn't even say is like I haven't even had that with most humans, and I don't know if you guys can relate to this if you have animals or even like someone else that's that close to you. But yeah, he was a very significant thing, and that was probably like where, and I think I've talked about this before, but I think that was like the main reason I kind of stopped making videos too. Like he was like the biggest reason, I guess, because it just felt so, I felt very empty after he died, and there hasn't been and there hasn't been a day that I haven't cried over Pumpkin dying since he died in May of 2019. It's been a long time, and again, he's a cat, but he really meant a lot to me. Um, anyways, yeah. Sorry again for the story, but yeah. Um, anyways, Alex, you should solo the podcast for sure if you want to. Yeah, I think I will. Oh, AT, yes, would love it if you started podcasts again. Yes. Um, I've thought about, well, so one of my friends, Samantha, we've actually wanted to make a podcast as well, and I kind of dropped the ball. Um, so this is a new computer because my other computer died. Like it completely, my laptop, which I still have, it just doesn't work at all. Um, it was completely fried on the inside. So it overheated at some point. Like it's probably overheated many times. And this is a PSA for anybody that has a MacBook or I guess a laptop in general. When your computer overheats, yes, it's obviously a signal that it's your computer's hot and it is damaging in some aspects. But my computer is the poster child of what can happen if you let your computer overheat too much because some of the motherboard and other aspects of the computer were melted down like completely to the point where it would be the whole computer is basically messed up. Um, so I got a new computer. That being said, anyways, yeah, Mel, I know we talked about this about your cat as well. I yeah, I know that oh well maybe not most, but I would say that there's probably a good percentage of you guys that are like, why are you crying about a cat? Um, I mean, I know Mel that you understand because you have a similar or I mean, your situation is different, but it was also extremely traumatizing. Joseph, I don't know if I can do that. Hold a dying life you've built a long relationship with. Yeah, it is very difficult. I don't know because I had so another thing about Pumpkin that I'll say. So I think I've told this story before, but when I first when we first got Pumpkin, I was 9, and we went to this crazy lady in Georgia. Um, Her house, she had over 200 cats in her house. She had them separated. Like one room had nursing mothers with really small kittens that couldn't be adopted yet. There was like other areas where there were like older cats, and then there was like an area of like 6 to 8 to 10 week, not 6, 8 to 10 to 12 week old cats. Um, when I got Pumpkin, so Pumpkin was in this room and he was like already bigger than the other kittens, but he was only 8 weeks old. He was just like long. He had very long legs. Um, but he was hiding behind a toilet in this room. This it was like this big room, and there was like a bathroom that was open, and Pumpkin was hiding behind the toilet. My mom actually spotted Pumpkin from afar, while my sister was like distracted with the other kittens, and he was like this orange little fluffy kitten. And my mom's like, "Look at that one," and uh, automatically at that time, at 9 years old, I said, "Yes, that's the one. We're going to get him," and I named him Pumpkin Pie. It was September of 2002, so I was a little child. I named him Pumpkin Pie, um, and yeah. Anyways, so I actually adopted him at that age. I had like, I think he was only $5 at that time, but I said that he was. I said to the lady, I said he's worth more than that, and I gave her $10, which is so silly. Like, also, I can't believe that lady. Like, she's charging $5. She took them $10. But anyways, so I just felt like Pumpkin was worth more than that, and like my 9-year-old self thought $10 was a lot of money. Um, but yeah, so I I had him from a very young age, and he something that also I really liked. So Pumpkin, this isn't so Pumpkin. Sorry again for people that do not like hearing stories about cats or animals in general, but um, yeah, Pumpkin inspired a lot of people. Again, in my real life, growing up, especially once I went to college to get a cat. There was a lot of people that hated cats or just didn't really like cats in general or just never had been around cats. And then when they met Pumpkin, and Pumpkin really was like, he was a gentle giant. That's what Maine Coons are called. He let everybody hold him. Um, and he was just such a sweet cat in general. He definitely had a little spiteful side to him, and he wasn't just like super sweet. Like my cat Fleur now, she is seriously, well, she's a lot sweeter than Pumpkin, like a lot nicer than Pumpkin. I mean, Pumpkin was very nice, but Fleur is just all around like perfect sweet. Pumpkin was like he had layers to him. Not saying that Fleur doesn't have layers. She does too, but she's just like she's never not been sweet. Pumpkin, he did little spiteful, dramatic things, and I don't know. But anyways, Pumpkin also, I had there was this guy that I feel like I have some weird roommate stories, but this is a story that I haven't completely gone into because it was like there were legal actions that had to be taken. But when I was 21, I lived with my sister and this guy that I was friends with before we like roomed together. And this guy ended up, I truly do believe this guy is a sociopath. And he ended up trying to like attack me, like run after me. And at the time, I was alone with him and Pumpkin. And luckily, I grabbed Pumpkin and I brought him into the other room. But this is the only time I had ever seen Pumpkin react this way. When that guy tried to run after us, and I placed Pumpkin in our room, and I like closed the door. Pumpkin hissed, got on his hind legs, and hissed like I've never seen him hiss ever at someone. He's hissed at like vacuums and stuff, but he's never hissed like that, and certainly not like on his hind legs with his back out. Pumpkin was very protective of me as well. It was just a weird, I don't know. I'll stop talking about Pumpkin, but yeah, that was just a really interesting relationship. I'm sorry, Emily. Decimal was 14 pounds at his prime. I've met male Maine Coons in real life, so I get how drastic that weight loss must have been. Yeah. My dog Bean passed away 2 months ago. I still feel really guilty and sad I was not with him when he passed. You shouldn't feel guilty. I understand feeling that way. I think if I wasn't there with Pumpkin, it's just hard because there's also the aspect of like with both Pumpkin and Cookie, even though, well, it was very clear with Cookie that she was at the end of her life. It was very weird too because Cookie was extremely attached to me at the very end. She was a very feisty dog, very sweet, but also had this very big personality. But she was so very, very, very sweet in her very late last times. And yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but oh yeah, I felt guilty. We felt a bit guilty when Cookie died. Well, we felt very guilty at the time, but it was definitely time. With Pumpkin, it was just so hard because he changed so quickly. Whereas with Cookie, it was like for about 3 years, we're like, I mean, I would kind of sometimes be like, mom's calling me at a weird time. Maybe Cookie died. So it was kind of like a running joke, like not to be morbid, but that she was probably on her last leg. With Pumpkin, it was like 1 month he was fine. The next month he was on his deathbed. And he was old. He probably had different things. I know he was arthritic, different things like that. There were other aspects, but yeah, I felt very guilty when Pumpkin died. So I understand wanting not to be a part. Well, I'm glad that you guys are, some of you guys are okay with me talking about him. But yeah. Keep holding on, giving your baby a chance to come back. Maybe some other little one is out there waiting for you. I agree. Um, hey, say your pet will go to heaven. Yeah. Um, well, I want Pumpkin to come back as my child. I don't know if reincarnation is real, but if it is, I do want him to come back. But I guess heaven is better than coming back as a mortal person. Um, but yeah, so lyric sense. You seem like an extrovert introvert. I'm the same way, omnivert. In a way, I think I can be extroverted. I guess what's weird is like, even though a lot of you I do not know in person, but obviously we have a lot of us have been on the live stream. I mean, I recognize most of the usernames, um, and it just doesn't feel the same. That's why it's also weird. I like tried to go live on TikTok. It felt really weird to go live there, and I wasn't really even able to go live. But it's like weird because it's also weird for me to go live on Instagram. I don't know. It does feel like even though I'm not seeing your faces and you guys are just commenting, but it does feel like more like friends rather than just going live. I guess it's kind of strange. So I think with close friends, I can be very extroverted as an introvert. But I would say in general, I am a lot more introverted. Um, like, I mean, I'm told this a lot in real life that I just come across very introverted, like, especially when I was in school. I was extremely introverted, didn't talk to anyone. Jeff the Geek, she definitely sounds like an introvert to me. Yeah. Lesmoa, I totally understand. I had to get rid of my cat on 12 on December 5th, 2019, after having her 17 years, literally after losing my job October 2nd, 22nd. It was serious foul play and getting rid of her too, but whatever. Wow. Cinerus. Um, I don't know if that's how you say it. Cinerus? Cinerus? Um, said, would you date outside of your race? Yes. Majority of guys that I have dated, and I'm not. So when I was in college, there was like this thing where guys would be like, "You never date white guys." That isn't true. I have dated white guys, obviously, um, but the majority of guys that I have dated or been in relationships with are non-white. So I've dated black guys, um, Asian guys, Hispanic, white, Middle Eastern, all different guys. So I do not discriminate. I haven't been in like, well, I've been in I've also been in long-term relationships with people outside of my race. So I'm not discriminatory on that. I think at the end of the day, um, well, first of all, I think it's really, I just can't fall into the whole you need to date within your race type of thing. I have been told that before by someone close to me. Well, not super close, but a more distant relative of mine. I remember telling me, saying, like, if you date outside of your race, you're looked down upon and stuff. I do not hold that belief. I think that personally, as far as like who I'm attracted to or who I like in that way, it isn't dependent on race. It's more dependent on the person themselves. I have things that I look for or like I am attracted to, but none of those fall into a specific race. And as far as personality goes, there are people of all backgrounds that have, like, basically, I don't like jerks, and I don't like people that are closed-minded and stuff like that. But I've dated different types of people, so. Wow. It's also normal for people to more in the middle of extroversion and introversion in public life because it's better adaptation. Yes. Yes, that is how you say it, by the way. Good. Um, wow, I can see that. I mean, I definitely adapt to my environment as well. When I was in college, I decided to be more outgoing, and I also joined simulation teams like Model UN and stuff, where I would have to speak in front of like 200 people in person, which in high school and even before that, I could never have done because I would start having a panic attack if that was the case. But somehow I was able to overcome that by just like making myself do it. And it's still hard to talk in front of a lot of people, but I'm still able to. And again, this is so weird because like I know 42 people are watching, but it doesn't feel like it. Like it feels like it, but it feels like a smaller group. And I think it's because it's a live stream instead. Anyways, Peyton, that's awful. That someone told me that. Yes. This was back in 2017, which it was interesting because so it's like a relative that lives in another country, and we were visiting them, and he was drunk when he said this, and he didn't know that like the majority of the guys I had dated or been in a relationship were non-white at the time. But he was saying in his drunken state, he said that I forget how he phrased it, but he said something like that he would lose all respect for that woman. He loses all respect for women that date non-white people. And I was not drunk, but I had a little bit to drink, and I basically was like, I challenged him on that, and it wasn't like a fight, but I was like, first of all, I let him know that I had dated, different guys that were non-white, and I very much let him know that my stance on that and that I really disagreed. The good thing was it wasn't really like, even though I do not think that kind of, I don't know, thought process is justified, or I really don't understand that thought process. It wasn't a fight. It was more of like a debate, but I don't think his mind was changed from it. But I don't like to really get too, I don't know. There are certain people in your life that you kind of have to realize may have certain opinions, and you just don't want to be around those people all the time. But you can still love them from a distance. And that's kind of the situation with that, if that makes sense. Jeff the Geek, do you think MBTI affects on dating, like the compatibility? Yes, I do. Next ride, it's almost 4 a.m., so I'm gonna have to go to bed. Have a good rest of the stream, everyone. Oh my gosh, that is very late. Yeah, I probably should go to bed as well soon. But so Jeff the Geek, so the video I'm gonna make tomorrow, and I will challenge myself to make a one take car video about it. I can't say that it's gonna be the easiest video to follow, but I'll try to make it. where I talk about the type relations in socionics. And I know socionics is different than MBTI, but my philosophy is, and I know that this is kind of maybe a controversial philosophy for certain people, I don't think that most people get their type right in MBTI the first time. Maybe some people do actually, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people mistype in MBTI. My thought process is if you get your type right in socionics, you're more likely to have your type correct in MBTI. And it is different because in socionics, the P and the J for introverts is flipped. So I don't necessarily think that if you know your MBTI type, that you can just go over to socionics and just flip the P or the J if you're an introvert. I think if you have your type correct, though, in socionics, you can do that in MBTI. I don't know if that makes sense. Basically, I think that's why I also say that I don't really care what people think I am in MBTI. MBTI is really just a vessel for me. Like, I think MBTI is interesting to a degree, but socionics is really where, if you want to get into like typology and really feel like you understand it and really relate to people of other personalities and kind of like, I don't know, go really deep with it. Socionics is really the way to go. So part of that video tomorrow is going to be on the type relations, and the type relations are what all of the personalities, like once you know your personality in socionics. So for example, if you are an ILI in socionics, which is INTP in socionics, or INTJ in Myers-Briggs, but again, it doesn't necessarily transfer over. That means something, and your interaction with each type is going to be different. And I do think there are certain types of relationships that are more preferable than others. Will I date someone just because I know that they are, say, an INTP, if I like INTP, or I know INTPs are compatible with me? No. But I will say that if I knew someone was an ESTJ, a legitimate ESTJ, I would say, no, thank you. That is like the only personality type that I 100% would not date. And I mean, I don't think they're not bad people. But cognitively, I do not think that type. Like, I actually want to make kind of like a weird parody thing, but you know, like the term Karen in, it's become even more popular, but it's kind of been a meme for a while, where Karen is like the type of person that complains, wants to talk to your manager and like complain about things. The most Karen type out there is ESTJ. They are the most Karen type. And that is the type that I least like. Yeah, so anyways. Jackal. Sorry about MBTI again, but have you dated? And you shouldn't say sorry about that, because I still think MBTI is interesting. It's just like, I don't want it to be the complete primary focus of this channel. I want this channel to be more on connection and just like building a community. And I know that a lot of people here are introverts. So Eli, I would say that ENFP is not necessarily the best match for an INTJ. It is a better match, but I wouldn't say it's the best. But I will talk about that tomorrow as far as that goes. Back to Jackal. Have I dated another INFJ? Well, this is a little bit of a tea moment. I personally don't know if I've actually ever been in a relationship with an INFJ. I do not think you heard it here first. Well, not first because a lot of people think this. Well, maybe not a lot, but a small majority, small minority, whatever. I do not think that the person that I dated or I was in a relationship that we all maybe know on YouTube is an INFJ. I think he is another type, and that type is not INFP like a lot of people think. I don't think he's an INFP, but I also don't think he's an INFJ. Um, that is a thing that I have thought for a long time. Um, and looking back, and also at the time when we were even dating, um, one of my friends who's really into sociotics actually met him, um, and also did not think he was an INFJ. And I think he is a very similar type, but not INFJ. So that being said, I don't know if I've ever actually been in a relationship with an INFJ. Um, and yeah, so that's interesting. I would say the majority of people, if I think about like the people I've been in a relationship with, I've been in a relationship with an ENTP, ISFJ. Um, I'm just like trying to think of like people I really feel like I know their personality. Oh, ENFJ. I've been in a relationship a couple of times with ENFJs, which is interesting. And ENFJ used to be my favorite personality type. I still think Pumpkin was an ENFJ. I don't really know if that's really my favorite personality anymore. But that's a side note. Anyways, Joseph agreed about ESTJ because of incompatibility. Yes. Heather, do you think it is plausible that TI users are more likely to get their type right? I think that might be better at ignoring FI bias of wanting to be a certain type analysis. Um, so I will say maybe, but I think someone that leads with when they're I don't know because I mistyped as an ENFJ for a long time. Before I really got into personality theory, I mistyped as an ENFJ. So I don't know. Maybe I think people that lead with a feeling function may just mistype. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I think in some ways maybe. Broccoli Todd and ISTJ. LOL. Like as far as people you wouldn't want to be with. For me, so I don't think I wouldn't completely throw out ISTJ, but it isn't one of the ideal ones for me. I don't know. Like, yeah. Eli, I don't even know where that's coming from. As far as INTJ and ENFP, I also would not agree with that statement that you made. But AT, excited for the type relations video. Recently been wondering how two people can just connect right off the bat. Like when you feel you've known someone longer than just actually how you've actually have. Yes. Someone random. I like most ESTJs I know, mostly because none of them are Karens. I just know a lot of ESTJs that are Karens, and maybe if you get along more with ESTJs, you don't really see their Karen side as much. Yeah, I don't know. I really feel like ESTJs are very Karen-y. Oh my gosh. Would you date an ENTP that picks his nose? Da 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 da. I'm not against people picking their nose. It's not preferable, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Great. I would love to hear your take on INTJ and ENFP, Emily. Well, Eli, it is a good relationship to an extent, but I don't think it's the best. It is a very good one. I will say this. In socionics, that would be the illusionary relationship. And so I don't want to confuse anybody, but when I say socionics for this, socionics, ENFP, and socionics, INTP, which I personally think are INTJs and Myers-Briggs, but isn't necessarily the way. So, yeah. So an an IEE and an ILI. That's what I mean as far as illusionary. Illusionary basically means that they seem like a very ideal match for each other. Everything seems to work on paper. You may get along really well, and that might even be a person that you do end up with in a very long term, or even end up marrying that person. I'm not saying it's about the worst relationship. It's actually one of the better ones. But what you are searching for and the other person, they aren't quite meeting. So an INTJ is searching for SE. An ENFP is searching for SI. They aren't consciously searching for these things, but subconsciously they are searching for those. And those things are not really being met in the other person. Sorry. Yeah, anyways, I will get into it more in depth tomorrow when I make that video. Wow, this is a deeper question if you're in the mood for answering. How would you react if something you identified as was taken away from you? Recently, one of my friends had her social identity / persona collapse, and I wasn't sure how to best support her. Mark Dan. I think Frank James is in the Alpha Quadrant. Okay. Sorry. Wow, I will go back to you, but no, he's not. He is not in the Alpha Quadrant. I can 100%, well, I can't 100%, but as someone who knows him better than 99.9% of the people out there, I do not think he's in the Alpha Quadrant. I do not think he is in the Delta Quadrant. I don't think he's in the Gamma Quadrant. So we narrowed it down to the Beta. He's not an INFJ. And so now you can figure out, or IEI. So think about the other personalities that are in the Beta Quadrant, and I believe he is one of those. He's definitely Beta, but I do not believe he's an IEI. Basically, I don't believe he's an IEI, but I'm more sure that he's an IEI than other personalities out there. So I think he's something else. But if he isn't something else, he's an IEI, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anyways. But that's my hot take. I really don't like the whole typing thing, but I actually do know him in person, obviously. So it's a bit different than just like speculating on some random person online. And I don't think I would ever make a video about it because I really don't want his people coming over to my channel. I think he's an INFP because he seems to have the same facial expressions as Kurt Cobain. Who's to say Kurt Cobain was an INFP? But I do not believe that. He's not. He's very similar to Shane Dawson, personality-wise. And Shane Dawson has a certain personality that is not ENFP, but it is something else. And I don't know Shane Dawson in real life, but yes, beta quadra, beta quadra, beta quadra. Anyways, I am going to go off of that subject. Alex, if I go on dates now, do I go here to take this personality test? Okay. So, in the future, I could definitely, I don't know. I just feel like it's like at a certain point, I have thought about doing typing services because I do feel like I could be helpful in some way, at least ballpark. For me, I would feel comfortable like putting a ballpark to someone, but wouldn't necessarily feel super comfortable being like, you are definitely this personality type, and I've never met you in person. I think you really get a certain vibe for someone in person. I think you can only see a certain aspect of someone online. Like, for example, even in this live chat, I'm not saying that I'm the most expressive person right now, but I think we can agree that I'm more expressive or more like whatever than how I am in my just sit down videos, because here it actually feels like there's someone else. And if there was another person in the room, I would actually feel even more so like expressive and stuff. Like with my friends, I'm way more expressive than how I am in my like sit down videos, I guess. Anyways, sorry. But yeah, so maybe in the future I will offer some type of typing service that I can consult people with, because I think maybe it could be valuable. I just don't want to overpromise. I'm pretty sure Decimal was an ENTP. He had that attitude, and boy, could he talk. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Joseph, I apologize on behalf of Emily for anyone named Karen on this channel. Okay. Yes. Well, Karen, the name is not bad, but the aura of Karens in a society, the Karen meme, I do not like. I have met many nice actual people named Karens that are nice, but do you think you can be an INFP and LII? No. Like an INFP in Myers-Briggs and an LII in Socionics? No. I think, so again, sorry. I had coffee, like I'm one of those people that can go to sleep with coffee. I think, well, oh wait, this ice cream, I had this earlier, which a lot of you probably didn't see. Not the whole thing, but this has coffee in it, so maybe that's part of it. I can also go to sleep right now too, but I feel very alert, and it might just be because I'm doing this live stream. Anyways, so short answer, no. I think, again, if you have your personality right in Socionics, then you will have your personality right in Myers-Briggs. I do not necessarily think it's vice versa, but yes. Insidious Apple. He's definitely beta. I know what you mean. Oh my gosh. Yes, beta as in quadra. As far as like the alpha person, beta person, sigma person, omega, different things like that, I will not comment on that. But beta as in quadra, yes. Oh my gosh, Austin, hey. Anyways. Wow, oh god, this has been going on for 3 hours and 19 minutes. This is like one of the longest live streams I've done in a while. Definitely done longer than this, not by myself, but with an interview. Anyways, probably should end this very soon, but I will take any further questions before we end this, if you guys have any, or comments. But yeah. So anyways, I will start posting car videos again. Just get in the swing of making videos. And then eventually we will start doing interviews, and maybe I will even get back into the podcast. So the way I see it is, again, going back. Oh, Austin said that he is working at the Democratic Party now, volunteering. That's awesome. It's really cool. I enjoyed my job there as well. But anyways, I will do the car videos, and I don't know. I just really do want to start like posting on this channel again and just like not really give a shit like what other people think. I mean, I care what you guys think, but I don't care what the mass people think. And I want to not care as much what certain people think as well. Like, I think it's just good to just go back to where I was, where I just like slapped videos up. And as long as you guys don't think that they're like low quality or like you're not getting any information from it, I will continue to do stuff like that. Dashi Prime 38. Type suggestions for an INFJ male. Are you talking about romantically or friendship-wise? And again, socionics is going to be different than Myers-Briggs. So advice that I give in socionics doesn't necessarily translate to Myers-Briggs, because I think maybe even some of you, I'm not going to say, because I don't know for sure, but maybe even some of you in Myers-Briggs might be mistyped. But it doesn't really matter. Socionics is what matters mostly. Okay. Dashi Prime, 83. I almost said 38 because I'm dyslexic. That's just the way it goes. Will we say, are you going to say, like, okay, again, INFJ and Myers-Briggs, I'm going to say, which isn't necessarily the case for you, I would suggest looking into socionics and their types. By the way, I think it's crazy that we have still 51 people watching. That's insane to me, especially because this thing has been going on forever. Anyways, what was I going to say? Oh, so I will say that this is, so I'm going to call this IEI in socionics, which is an INFP in socionics, so I'm going to pretend that you are an IEI in socionics. So there are many relations that you will have, because you have relations with every single personality type. I would say some of the better ones are going to be the illusionary relationship, which we were talking about earlier when Eli was talking about INTJs and ENFPs. Your illusionary relationship would be an ENTP. Another good relationship is the quasi-dual or semi-dual. I like to say quasi, which basically almost dual, which is your perfect match, and that would be an ESFP. That's controversial, I know, especially Myers-Briggs, because it doesn't seem like it would be great, but it really does feel, it really is a natural fit. And it seems weird at first because you're like, okay, I would never go for an ESFP. Again, I will get into that more in tomorrow's video, just because I will go more in depth about that stuff. And I can make other videos where I go in depth about certain personalities and their relation. Another type is your dual, ESTP. That is your perfect match. Now, this is very interesting. You wouldn't naturally go for an ESTP if you are an IEI in socioeconomics. Your dual is not going to be someone that you are going to be interested in. You are going to see your dual from a distance and probably even not like them, or actually find them to be, in this case, like an IEI in socioeconomics, looking at an LSI or an ESTP in socioeconomics. You're going to look at those people and be like, okay, this is like, he's a bit intense, he's a bit vulgar, a little too much to handle. I don't really want to be associated with this person. But when you get close to them on a more intimate level, and I'm not saying physically, I'm saying emotionally, you will realize that they have a lot more in common with you than you think. And this all has to do with cognitive stuff. So just to go over this briefly, I again can talk about, I want to do quadra videos as well. But there are 4 quadras in socioeconomics: alpha, beta, gamma, delta. The way I do it in my mind, let me get a piece of paper out. Oh, by the way, this has like a ton of like ideas. Some of this was like off of a sticky note that I like put in here. Oh, I have my, whoa. This has like a ton of ideas for YouTube that I haven't done. Just personalities, stuff about MBTI, but also just like general YouTube stuff. Okay. No, I'm not gonna rip it out. So this is how, again, this is not necessarily the way you could find it most helpful, but this is how I feel it. I find it helpful. So I kind of make these kind of like a rectangle, but I actually see them more as a square in my head. Also, my handwriting is not good. Gamma has 2 A's, I think. Okay, horrible handwriting, and it's going to be inverted. Or no, is it inverted? I don't think it is actually. So, whoa, trying to show it. In my head, this is kind of how it is, except for it's more of a block. There is the alpha. Sorry, it's kind of hard to like, okay. Alpha, beta, gamma, delta. So all of these personality, all of these are the quadras. So there are going to be 4 personalities in each of these quadras, and they all share the same cognitive functions. Your ideal match is going to be in the same quadra as you. So I'm going to talk right now. I know this is confusing, but in personality, in Myers-Briggs terms, I'm going to speak, which I want to eventually like drop the Myers-Briggs terms when I talk about like socioeconomics, but just for this, I will say, okay, this is kind of hard. So alpha, again, these are going to be socioeconomics terms, I mean Myers-Briggs terms. Alpha is going to consist of like, okay, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of still confusing, but so alphas, their cognitive functions that they all share are going to be like NE, SI, TI, FE. So if you think in Myers-Briggs terms, those are going to be the ENTPs, ESFJs, INTP, ISFJs. Again, Myers-Briggs. So the beta is going to share NISE, TIFE, and they are going to be the ENFJ, INFJ, ESTP, ISTP, and Myers-Briggs. Gamma is gammas are going to be the NISE axis again, but they also have TE, FI. So in Myers-Briggs terms, again, are going to be INTJ, ENTJ, ESFP, ISFP. And then the deltas are going to be on the NESI axis with also the TEFI axis. And that's going to be ENFP, INFP, ESTJ, ISTJ. Again, so MBTI terms. So anyways, with your beta, that's why you're going to share those cognitive functions with those people. So anyways, that was kind of like, I don't know. I'll talk about it later, but yeah, so. My ex was an INFJ and I'm an INFP. It was mostly great. That's not a horrible relationship. INFP and INFJ is not a horrible relationship. That is going to be the semi lookalike, or no, semi-identical. So those personalities look pretty similar to each other. And the thing about those personalities is they're going to have a very similar mindset in a sense, but see it in a very different way. But the way they go about it is not going to be obstructive to the other personalities. So like an INFP and an INFJ in general, when they have ideas about something, it's not going to like conflict with each other. Let's see. Heather, I actually had a conversation with my roommate for like an hour while the live stream was still going on my phone. Then he looked at my phone and said, "That girl's been talking a long time." Oh my gosh, yes, I have been talking a long time. This is the longest I have in a long time. Okay, Austin, I think it's super cool that you're doing your tarot stuff. I do want to make a video about astrology, because I actually was super into astrology when I was younger. I would say up until high school, like the end of high school. From a very young age, I was into astrology, and actually into college. I actually, at a certain point, could read charts really well. I personally do not judge people off of their sun sign, and I think astrology is interesting, but I don't think it's like end all be all, if that makes sense. I think there's a lot more to be said about typology than astrology, but there are some eerily interesting things when you get into charts and you look at the person as a whole, as far as like astrological, when you get into all of their planets and stuff, and like things like that. That's where it gets interesting, but yeah. So definitely go over to Austin's channel for any of that. Emily has a following of spiritualists. Haven't seen her do videos like that. Oh, that's funny, Peyton. Yeah, as I just talked about astrology, I have not made any videos on that. Yeah. Someone random. I've been staying up for a way way too long. Good night, everyone. Good night. Peyton, hopefully I'm not pronouncing this wrong. The Kabbalah tree is not useful from what I've seen. It's really a Greek sort of thing. Austin. I am a Christian, a spiritual Christian. Oh my gosh, Astro. Beta is the best one, hands down, or awesome. I do really like the Beta Quadra in general, but I don't know if it's my favorite Quadra, actually. It's a very interesting Quadra. I think, so just to kind of go over this, I've talked about this before, but going back to the Quadras, Alpha, a good way to think about the moods of the Quadra. Alpha is the child, as far as the Quadras go. They are the childlike, free, like kind of like lucky, something go lucky. Why can't I? Happy go lucky. They are kind of like that. Beta are the teenage drama queens. Gamma are the boring adults. It's just stereotypical. And Delta are the grandparents, the traditionalist grandparents of the Quadras. And sorry, I'm going like this with my pen. Eli, yes, if you are an INTJ in Myers-Briggs, you probably are an ILI in Socionics. Again, that's not the best way to convert, but you are probably in the Gamma Quadra. Wait, so introverted ethics is about understanding the emotional distance between others? I mean, in some ways. Austin. I prefer to date an EIE, SLE. So, I don't know if I really like dating ENFJs. If I'm gonna be honest. I think dating your mirror is basically your mirror type is the type that is almost you. So if we're thinking in Myers-Briggs terms, an ESFJ and an ISFJ, and an ENTP and an INTP, those are going to be your mirrors. Basically, they see the world in a similar lens to you because they have the same cognitive functions, the two cognitive functions that are very strong with both of them. And they share that with you, like the two ego ones. But they are going to go about it in a way that the other person thinks is not the most, I don't know how to say it, like the best way to do it. So that can be kind of, it's like you kind of understand someone almost completely, except for they're doing something that is like, they're going about something in a way that's like kind of annoying in a way. It's like, all right, like, why are you doing it this way? You should do it this way. Like, and you have access to those cognitive functions, but they do it in a way that is kind of annoying. I love how adorably obsessive and studious INFJs are. I wouldn't say I'm adorably obsessive or studious. I think maybe it's obsessive. I wouldn't say it's adorably. I'm having a hard time speaking. Joseph, thanks for explaining socionics in ways for us MBTI folks to get. Well, that's kind of going to be the goal. So again, my little scheme, if you want to call it that, that I've kind of been peddling from the very beginning. So when I first started this channel and I started like putting out MBTI content, at that point, which was what, 2018, I wasn't thinking, oh, Myers-Briggs is the best. Myers-Briggs is like the best system out there. At the time, I already was like super into Socionics already. And I mean, so I started with Myers-Briggs, I got into Socionics, and I realized how much more valuable Socionics is to Myers-Briggs. But I also realized that most people do not know Socionics, and more people know Myers-Briggs. So it's easier to get people into Myers-Briggs. It's kind of a gateway drug, if we want to call it that. So I've been kind of trying to lead up to that. I think Myers-Briggs has its good stuff, but Socionics is a far superior system. I've been wondering about ESTPs for dating. So this is the thing. I've never actually been in a relationship with an ESTP, but actually, yes, I have. I think I have, when I was 19. But that was kind of a perchance type thing. He might have been the ESFP. So I don't know 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure if I've ever been in a relationship with an ESTP, but it is an interesting pairing, for sure. Eli, okay, for real, needing sleep, but keep getting drawn back in. This is very interesting. Keeping me engaged. Well, hopefully you find tomorrow's video interesting. There's obviously a lot of content out there on Socionics. It's just kind of, I feel like maybe I will have a way. I'm not saying I can promise that, but I hopefully can break down some different things about Socionics for you guys. Let's see. I think I would need a lot more coffee to date an ESTP. Maybe. The thing about ESTPs, I mean, yes, they can be very intense. They have like obviously this other side, but they also have this very relaxed side to them as well. So they're not always like intense, like in a physical way. Not in like obviously like physical, but like they definitely have a presence to them, but you can also, it's like you can find that happy medium with them as well. I've definitely been friends with ESTPs. Let's see. Okay. Astrology is witchcraft. It was forced on me. Now I have a clear understanding of it. It proved how pathetic people are having to use it over on people who even get into relationships. So as far as astrology goes, on that comment about witchcraft, I think astrology can be useful in some ways. I don't know. It's not, I found it super interesting when I was younger, but I think it's, as far as, I don't know, compatibility goes, I think there's a lot more to be said about someone's personality type rather than their astrological sign. There are certain things I can say. I do find in general that I think my more successful relationships have been with masculine signs in Socionics. I mean, not Socionics, astrology, because I am a masculine sign. I am a Leo sun, a Leo rising, and a Libra moon. And then I have other things in my chart, but I also don't go by that. I've just seen a trend with that. So I think it's an interesting theory, but I also believe that it's probably not best to just like go off the astrology. Can you describe TI Polar? I don't really feel like doing that right now, but we can talk about it later. Eli, I LOL'd at Gamma boring adults. OMG, too funny. It's just, I mean, I'm just calling it how I see it. But also that is a thing. That is actually a stereotype. I don't know. I mean, not all. So like I would say out of the 4, ESFPs are probably the least boring. Well, they are the least boring. But they also have a side to them. I think I really want to make a video about ESFPs again because I really find that ESFPs are some of the most misunderstood personalities out there. I think people really shit on ESFPs. They're actually one of my favorite personalities. And I don't know. They're a lot more complex than people give them credit for. And I have definitely memed on ESFP. When I think of ESFP, stereotypically, I think of a personality that is very much into partying because a lot of ESFPs are. Like, yes, stereotypical. I mean, I do not think that stereotypes are the best, but there are definitely some truths with stereotypes in a general sense. Eli, I can be real boring. It is how I get rid of people I don't like. It's interesting. I find that a lot of INTJs and Myers-Briggs say that they are boring. I don't find INTJs boring, but I also realize that we are different. Corey Allen, any advice on working with an INFP? I'm an INFJ. Thanks. Good to have you back. That is, so I actually think that, again, INFJs and INFPs can work very well together, but there definitely is some, okay. So on a general basis, I think they get along very well. I wouldn't say they're going to be the best as when it comes to in business, or just like work in general. Maybe like as coworkers, great. They're going to be great. But it's, I don't know. They're just going to have different approaches that, again, don't necessarily get in the way of each other, but also aren't going to necessarily be extremely helpful for one another, if that makes sense. Anyways, I also feel like I'm getting tired. Wow, God, it's almost 4 hours on this live stream. Oh my God. Also, I have not looked at my phone. I wonder if, oh wow. A lot of notifications from Instagram. Anyways. Lao, astrology has a cool aesthetic. Yeah. Austin, UNFJs know how to bring me out of my own comfort bubble. A couple of them got me to start on YouTube. Yes, I think ENFJ's friends are good. Again, relationship wise, I'm not gonna completely knock that because I have been in relationships with ENFJs before. They weren't the worst. Ideally, I would not say they're my perfect or someone that I want. Anyways. Oh my gosh. Joseph, I say no to illegal substance, but I might make Socionics an exception. Oh my gosh. Yes, the gateway drug, yes. Yeah, I also say no to illegal substances as well. But yes, Socionics is a very good one. I mean, so MBTI is the gateway drug, let's be honest. Socionics is the drug. Myers-Briggs is the, oh my gosh. I do not even want to say that, like, the green stuff is the gateway drug. But I don't know. Maybe Socionics would be like something strong, very strong. It's very addictive and very strong. Eli, fun times, Emily. Thank you for your time and thoughts. I look forward to your video tomorrow. I really need some sleep. Work comes early tomorrow night. See you. Okay, good night. INFJ perfectionism drives INFPs bonkers. I can see that. Just curious on your perspective, where do you see personality theory progressing in the next few years? Do you think we'll still be talking about Myers-Briggs in the future? Do you think it will all change at all? Oh, so, okay. Sorry. I personally think that MBTI is a very powerful force. Very powerful. Gosh, I definitely need to go to sleep. I'm like not even able to speak right now. Very powerful force, and it is a force to be reckoned with. I think in order for people to have a more, like, I don't know, to get their perspective away from Myers-Briggs and kind of favor another personality theory, for example, Socionics, because I personally think it's the best theory out there. I know there are other theories, but I don't know. I can't completely knock other theories, but I do think Socionics is one of the best. It's better than Myers-Briggs for sure. The thing about Myers-Briggs that it has going for it as opposed to Socionics is the fact that it is very easy to access. It is very easy to kind of figure out your personality. Will that be correct? No, probably not. When you go on 16personalities.com, which if you know, you know, but I hate that website, but I also love that website. I hate that website because it sucks. I love that website because it's a very good way to quickly get someone into personality theory. You can just like have them take the quick test and they get the result. And then for me, again, I don't go by, oh, you got ENFP, you're definitely an ENFP. That's obviously not what I do. And I don't think that's the way you should if you ever have someone else take that test. Also, I'm sorry, I'm like talking with two colored pencils. For those of you that may be curious, this one is salmon, and this one is bubblegum. And they are Crayola colored pencils. So that being said, Myers-Briggs is very easy to use. So at a mass scale, I just think that it's very difficult to be like, oh, Socionics is going to be like the end all. That's going to be the test that people take, and they're going to, that will be the main one that they use. The tests for Socionics are not great out there. I know that there are some that are being developed that are going to maybe be better, but it's just hard because like Myers-Briggs tests are just so much easier and they're like kind of more, I don't know, they're more pleasing on the eye, especially the 16personalities.com. It would be really funny to make like a meme, like a fake website that's very similar. to get people to get, because I feel like people are like, ooh, look at, I'm the artist, I'm the inventor. Like people love that shit. I'm a I'm an assertive, I'm a turbulent. Okay, first of all, this is another rant. I do not like, and I know some of you guys may associate with this. Um, the whole turbulent and assertive thing, the A or the T, that's just like the little fun stick that they used on that website. It's not really even a thing, whatever that, like, anyways, it's just this really stupid thing. I don't know. I don't like the A or the T. It's not a real thing. Anyways, so I think it would take a good amount of people, maybe even, okay, so there's already people making socionics videos out there. I plan on also making socionics videos, but also like a way of like, I feel like there's a lot of people that make, not a lot, but there's probably a socionics community out there that will post videos and do it in a socionics way, like where they're it's kind of confusing. Socionics is kind of confusing. If you don't really know, if you haven't like spent hours upon days upon months upon years learning socionics, it's gonna be like, what is this bullshit? I really would like to start having more palatable socionics material, at least to get people, their brains churning around socionics. And then kind of starting a revolution on socionics of people getting more into it and that be more of a primary thing. So like the people, so I think, okay, long story short, and I know I've been going on the rants, I think that it's still going to be a thing where the gateway drug is Myers-Briggs. But it would be so great if more people knew about socionics on a general sense, and were able to kind of relate that. So like, for example, when you're in high school, your child takes the Myers-Briggs personality test and they're like, Mommy, I'm an INTP. You sit little Jimmy down and you're like, oh, you got INTP and Myers-Briggs. Interesting. And you knowing stuff about socionics and Myers-Briggs and also cognitive functions, you're like, I don't really think little Jimmy's an INTP, but maybe he is. And then you do the cognitive work and you know socionics, so you get into like the type relations. So whatever your personality type is, and I think that's one of the better ways of typing people is like knowing other people's types and like type relations and how that correlates. And that's not something that you can just know right away. But anyways, you're able to type little Jimmy in socionics, and then little Jimmy grows up knowing socionics and kind of like knows Myers-Briggs, but isn't like, oh my gosh, Myers-Briggs is the best. But knows socionics and actually really gets deep with personality theory and knows the way that type relation works. Because the way I see typology is the primary reason someone should get into typology, and I'm not saying that everybody should this way, but is to understand yourself and other people. And what socionics does better than any other typology system out there is it allows you to get to understand how you can relate with the world and other people on a deeper basis, and also on a shallow and also just like in general basis, and the power dynamics between people and also just like the dynamics in general. So anyways, the way I see it in the future is Myers-Briggs will probably still be the gateway drug, but hopefully more people like ourselves are going to know socionics, and maybe even on a mainstream level, if someone who understands socionics on a more on a level that is able to like bridge it over, gets a lot of notoriety rather than someone like, so there's like Glencoe who does Model G, there's people like Jack, and Ben and different people. But again, they have more of a technical way of speaking about socionics. So I think it would be great if someone was able to bridge the gap and then become not necessarily popular, but have those ideas popularized so that more people made videos about socionics or just like content about socionics and more people understood it, just like how we've grown the community for Myers-Briggs, have more people know about socionics, and then people realize that, wait, socionics has a lot more to do with understanding people than Myers-Briggs. But anyways, so that's my little long rant. And we are at 4 hours, so I will end this very soon because that is way too long. Kudos to anybody that's been around from the beginning. Mark Dan, what type do you think Love Lou is? Well, first of all, I will say this right now. Love Lou does not like me, or at least I don't think she does. Who knows? I haven't talked to her in over a year. Basically, back in the day, before she had any subscribers, she had like maybe a couple hundred subscribers, if that, like maybe even 100 subscribers. I remember reaching out to her for an interview. And at the time she was like, yay, I'd love to. And then she started gaining more subscribers on YouTube at the time. I think she had like 1,000 or something. And at the time I had more than her, which is whatever. But then she like collaborated with a certain person, and she proceeded to, I remember asking her, because I like realized that she wasn't really, I don't know, something changed, and I didn't really know her very well. Like I never actually talked to her. There was a few like exchanges back and forth text-wise. But at a time I followed her on Instagram and I like asked her, I was like, hey, is everything okay between us? Because I got this weird vibe from her. And then she like went off in my DMs about how she thought I was a bad person and how I think I still have the screenshots because it was just like such a weird situation. I'm just like, what the hell? So yeah, I don't really have the best impression of her. So I don't know. I haven't watched their videos in a long time. At the time, I like was subscribed and I was supportive of them, but after that, I really had a bad taste in my mouth. And so also, I think my time away from this community, I don't really care about like hiding that fact that that person was kind of a jerk. Anyways, I think at the time, isn't she like typed as an ESTP? I think there's some people that like think she might be an ESTP, ESFP, ESFJ. I don't really know. I don't know her personally. That's like the one and only big interaction that I had with that person. And also that other guy, I can't even think of his name. He was also pretty sketchy. That like took over the channel or whatever. There were some weird sketchy things happening, and I don't know. I don't know if they thought I was like threatening in some way to them or whatever, but that was a weird situation. Anyways, wish them the best, but yeah, so I can't really comment on what I think her personality type is because I don't really know. So, but I had to be a little shady there. Let's see. Corey, that's pretty cool. Pretty much what my ex INFJ said. Wow. The original dream of astrology makes sense emotionally. Lots of people have a religious experience looking into space, feeling small and realizing all they don't have. don't know. Before I got into astrology, I was into astronomy. I also always felt pulled to the beauty of planets and the movements. Salmon flavored bubblegum. Oh my gosh. That would be so gross. Speaking of salmon, do you guys say salmon or salmon? Because obviously I say salmon. The typology community needs a bit more inclusive, needs to be inclusive to neurodiverse people. I agree. Comes from Big Five. What do you look, what? Why do you look way older than when I last saw you? I don't know. Might be my bangs. I think it's also just like this light. I have this very bright light that's probably not super flattering. I can assure you that, well, I can't say for sure, but a lot of people think I'm a lot younger in person than I am. Most people think I'm like a teenager or late, early 20s, I guess. But yeah, maybe I do look older. Sean? Hello, Emily. So do you have Avia socks from Walmart? I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Yay, drama. I see, the thing about that is I don't even see it as drama. That's just like what happened, I will just say. But this is the thing. I don't care about them, like not in a like a mean way. I do care about them as people. Like I hope they're doing well. But I don't care about their opinions. And at the time it was hurtful because I just wanted to collaborate with people and like I mean at the time I was doing interviews, so I like just wanted to, talk with people. It was not like there was nothing else. And the fact that they like made it deeper than it was, and I mean obviously they either talked to someone, I don't even know because they didn't know me. I don't know why I'm saying they. Uh, Lou or Luann or whatever. Yeah, that was just bizarre. Whatever. It was just kind of strange. 9 alt 0. My any brain can't click off this video if that's how it works. Oh my gosh. Saman and Saruman. Interesting. Heather. That sounds so strange, especially from an ESTP, but she has voiced that she has trouble getting along with INFJs before. She typed her dad as an INFJ, and I think maybe that's some negative associations. Maybe. I don't know. There's just some people that you're gonna get along with, some people you don't. I don't have anything like against her or whatever. I just think it was so weird that like she doesn't know me. We hardly ever talked. Like, I mean, it just was so weird. Like, I don't know, in general. Especially that she was so direct because this is the game that I like to play with people. And I'm not saying it like it's a game. It's like I don't like to assume things from people. So I will ask very clarifying questions. Even if I feel like I know the answer to the question, I'm not going to just be like, you're this way or something. I will ask them, oh, what do you mean? And like kind of probe them to answer those questions further so they can answer it rather than me assume. And unfortunately, in that situation, my assumptions that I, tried to not show by just asking probing questions were actually confirmed. And it was just kind of weird. an INFJ roundtable needs to happen. Kenneth, did you mistype yourself as another type when you first got into typology? Yes, I did. I thought I was an ENFJ. I mistyped as an ENFJ, which is very laughable because in high school, and that's when I typed, I was extremely introverted, like to the point that I did not talk to people. So yeah. Also, we joined another, what's it called? I really need to go to bed. I really need to go to bed as well. But this has really been fun. I really liked reading the comments and stuff. Okay, so this is a colored pencil, another one. And this one is Pale Rose. Okay. Yes, so I typed as an ENFJ. Anyways, Salmon, yes. Okay. I'm gonna get going, and I think I suggest everybody gets going as well because, okay, so it's almost 12 a.m. That means that I guess the earliest, or maybe not the earliest, but there's someone in the West Coast that it's only 9 almost, which isn't that late, but still, it's kind of late. Anyways, it's been a nice 4 hours and 11 minutes. Yeah, so you're on the West Coast, but I am on the East Coast. I will see you guys later. Again, I'm going to post another video tomorrow. It's going, Austin, maybe I'll feature you in one of my streams sometime. Yes, that would be great. Thank you for the live stream. You are charming. Too much of a good thing is never a bad thing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh yes, and I'm going to, before I go, I'm going to insert this is the Facebook group again, the Thought Provokers, if you would like to answer it. I mean, if you would like to join it. Anyways, I do need to go to sleep. But yeah. All right. Well, good night, everyone. And I hope you guys have a good day if it is daytime there. And everyone, wish little baby boy back there good night. Little Henry. He's so tired. He's like, Emily, why did you take forever to end the stream? Anyways, good night, everyone. Bye-bye.